Hey guys, tonight we begin with a job that makes being a royal food taster sound like a vacation. We're talking about medieval poison testers, the forgotten heroes who stood between nobility and a very creative death. Not the glamorous kind of job where you taste wine at fancy vineyards. No, this is the will this soup kill the duke kind of job. The kind where your career advancement is literally just surviving until tomorrow. So before you drift off, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment telling me where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always fascinating to see who's joining from around the world, probably from the safety of a kitchen where the food definitely won't murder you. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. But first, let's think about this for a second. Have you ever complained about your job? About that one annoying co-worker or the boring meetings? Well, imagine if every single meal at work could literally be your last. What if your performance reviewers just didn't die this quarter? Could you handle tasting every dish before it reached your boss, knowing that hemlock tastes surprisingly like parsley? Would you survive a single banquet where half the dishes were prepared by people who definitely had a grudge? And here's the kicker. What if you couldn't even quit because leaving meant everyone would assume you knew something about the poison that just killed the last guy? Congratulations. You've just woken up in the year 1247. You're a poison tester in a medieval castle. Your job description is literally eat first, die first. Your benefits package includes a straw mattress, a wooden spoon, and the knowledge that at least 6 people in this castle want your employer dead. Welcome to the most stressful meal plan in human history. Nobody dreams of becoming a poison tester as a child. There's no, when I grow up I want to risk death before breakfast career path. So how did you end up here, standing in a drafty castle kitchen, staring at a bowl of suspicious stew that might contain nightshade? Most poison testers fell into the job the same way people fall into open manholes, by accident, bad luck, and being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Let's be clear about medieval employment opportunities. You didn't browse LinkedIn for food safety specialist positions. There was no job fair where you wandered over to the poison tester booth, sampled some cheese and thought, yeah, this seems like a growth industry. The path to this profession was paved with desperation, debt, and a truly spectacular lack of better options. Maybe you were a servant already working in the castle. Perhaps you'd been hauling water or mucking out stables for years, and one day the steward pulled you aside with an offer that sounded almost generous. Extra food rations, a slightly warmer sleeping spot, and all you had to do was taste the Lord's meals before he did. Simple, right? What they didn't mention was why the position was suddenly vacant, or why the other servants looked at you with a mixture of pity and relief when you accepted. Or perhaps you owed someone money. Debt in medieval times wasn't like modern credit card bills where you get angry letters and phone calls. It was more immediate and physical. You borrowed 5 silver coins to pay for your mother's burial, and now you're 3 months behind on repayment. The local lord, who you technically owe through a complicated chain of creditors, offers you a deal. Work off your debt as his personal food taster. It sounds better than debtor's prison, which is basically a hole in the ground where people throw mouldy bread at you occasionally. So you agree. Congratulations, your debt is now being repaid in the currency of potential death. Some poison testers were recruited through even darker means. You might have been accused of a crime. Maybe you actually did steal that chicken, or maybe someone just needed a scapegoat. Either way, you're facing execution or mutilation, the medieval justice system's 2 favourite hobbies. But wait, the Lord offers clemency. Serve as his poison tester for a year and you're free. Of course, surviving a year is approximately as likely as winning the medieval lottery, which doesn't exist because nobody has money and everyone's already losing. Then there were the truly desperate cases. Your village burned down, your family died of plague, you're alone, starving, and winter's coming like an angry bear in a bad mood. The castle is hiring, and you don't ask too many questions because questions require the luxury of choice. You need food, shelter, and some vague hope of survival. The fact that your new job involves regularly risking death seems like a problem for tomorrow. Today you just need to not die of starvation, so you'll take your chances with a suspicious soup. Here's the thing nobody tells you during your non-existent hiring process. Being a poison tester isn't just one job. It's several terrible jobs masquerading as one position. You're part food critic, part investigator, part human guinea pig, and part living shield. You're expected to have the refined palate of a chef, the observational skills of a spy, the courage of a knight, and the expendability of a candle. Some nobles inherited their poison testers from their predecessors, which is how you might have stumbled into the position. Your previous employer died, of natural causes, surprisingly, and his nephew inherited the estate, including you. The new lord takes one look at you and asks what you do. I taste things to make sure they're not poisoned, my lord. He blinks. Still necessary? His advisor whispers something about 3 assassination attempts last year alone. Right. Carry on then. And just like that, you've been transferred like a piece of furniture. The really unlucky ones were children raised into the profession. Maybe your father was a poison tester before you, and he died when you were 12. The Lord decided to keep it in the family, because apparently tragedy loves company in hereditary professions. You've been tasting potentially lethal food since before you could grow facial hair. It's the medieval version of a family business, except instead of inheriting a bakery, you inherited a job where pastries might kill you. What's darkly funny is that some people actually volunteered, not because they wanted to die, but because they'd calculated the odds and decided this was somehow better than their alternatives. Starving slowly as a beggar? Definitely going to die. Working yourself to death in the fields? Also definitely going to die. Being a poison tester? Might die, but at least you'll eat well before it happens. When all your options are terrible, you pick the one with the best meals. It's grim mathematics with a side of desperation sauce. The job interview, if you could call it that, was usually brief and ominous. The lord or his steward would look you over, checking if you appeared healthy enough to detect poison symptoms. Too sickly and you're useless. How would anyone know if you were dying from poison or just your baseline condition? They'd ask if you had a sensitive stomach. Trick question. The wrong answer gets you rejected. But the right answer means you're about to spend your career vomiting. They might test your courage by describing in vivid detail how the last tester died. If you didn't run away screaming, you were hired. Nobody explained the actual job responsibilities because they assumed you'd either figure it out or die trying. There was no training period, no shadowing an experienced tester, no gradually building up your skills. You started on day 1 with the full danger level because poison doesn't care about your learning curve. It's like being thrown into the deep end of a pool, except the pool is full of potentially lethal soup, and nobody's sure if you can swim. What's truly cruel is that once you took the job, leaving wasn't really an option. You couldn't quit because that would make everyone suspicious. Why would he leave unless he knew something about upcoming poisoning attempts, they'd whisper. You'd become suspect number 1 in any future assassination plot, whether you were involved or not. You were trapped by the very paranoia you were hired to alleviate. The only exit from this career path was death, retirement into an even worse job, or the extremely rare case where your employer decided you'd served faithfully enough to deserve a pension. Spoiler, medieval pensions were not a thing. So here you stand in a cold castle kitchen, having arrived at this moment through some combination of bad luck, worse choices, and the general unfairness of being born in a century where don't die from your job was considered an unreasonable expectation. You're a poison tester now. The pay is regular meals. The benefits include anxiety and a front row seat to every assassination attempt, and the retirement plan is a small grave with no headstone, but at least you're employed. That counts for something in the 14th century, even if what it counts toward is an early death. Your first day as a poison tester isn't filled with orientation sessions or friendly introductions. There's no employee handbook, no training video, and definitely no HR department to complain to. Instead, you're shoved into the kitchen, handed a spoon, and told to taste everything before it reaches the Lord's table. The previous tester, he's not available for questions, he's very dead, and everyone's avoiding eye contact about it. The kitchen staff greets you with the warmth typically reserved for plague carriers. A few nod curtly, most pretend you don't exist. One older cook, stirring a massive pot of something brown and steaming, glances at you with what might be sympathy or might just be indigestion. Nobody shakes your hand. Nobody says welcome to the team, because you're not really part of the team. You're the canary in the coal mine, except the canary gets better accommodations and more job security. Your training consists of the head steward pointing at various dishes and saying, "Taste that," with all the enthusiasm of someone describing a funeral. He's a thin man with a perpetually worried expression, which makes sense given that his job is organising meals that people keep trying to turn into murder weapons. He gestures toward a roasted bird that might be a chicken or might be something else entirely. Medieval poultry identification wasn't an exact science. "Take a bite," he says. Not try a small taste or sample carefully. Just take a bite like you're at a family dinner and not potentially consuming your own death warrant. You pick up the meat. It's still hot. That's good, right? Poison probably doesn't work as well when things are hot. You have no idea. Nobody's told you anything useful. You bite. You chew. The steward watches you with the intensity of someone observing a very boring but potentially explosive science experiment. Everyone waits. You wait. The kitchen continues its chaos around you. Servants rushing past with platters, someone cursing about burned bread, a dog stealing something from the floor. But there's a bubble of silence around you and the steward. After what feels like an hour, but it's probably 90 seconds, he nods. Good. Next. Apparently you're not dying immediately, which counts as success. The next dish is a thick pottage, that medieval staple that's basically everything we had got thrown into a pot and boiled until it gave up. Grains, vegetables, maybe meat, possibly despair. You spoon some into your mouth. It tastes like salted earth with an aftertaste of questionable decisions. The steward watches. You wait. Your stomach does a small flip that's either nerves or the beginning of the end. More seconds tick by. Next. This becomes your morning. Taste, wait, survive, repeat. You work your way through the entire breakfast preparation like the world's most anxious food critic. Bread, tastes fine. Cheese, smells like feet, tastes like slightly different feet. Ale, surprisingly decent, which is suspicious in itself. Porridge, the texture of wallpaper paste. Each time, there's that horrible waiting period where you mentally catalogue every sensation in your body. Is that tingling in your fingers poison, or just anxiety? Is your heart racing because of hemlock, or because you're terrified? Hard to say. Nobody explains what you're actually looking for. You're supposed to detect poison, but how? Does it taste bitter? Sweet? Like almonds? Like nothing at all? Different poisons have different effects, but you don't know which ones. And asking makes you look incompetent. So you taste everything with the concentration of a jeweller examining a diamond. Except instead of determining value, you're determining whether this is going to kill you. Around mid-morning, someone brings out the wine. Now we're getting into the serious danger zone. Wine is dark, it's strong tasting, and it's incredibly easy to hide poison in. Arsenic dissolves beautifully in wine. Hemlock can be masked by the alcohol. Even ground glass for the truly uncreative poisoner can be stirred into a goblet and remain undetected until it shreds your insides. You lift the cup. The steward's eyes narrow slightly. This is clearly a test within a test. You sip. It's expensive wine. You can tell that much. Smooth. Rich. With undertones of fruit and oak, and please don't be poison. You swirl it in your mouth like you've seen nobles do, which makes you look knowledgeable, and also gives you more time to detect anything wrong. It tastes fine. You swallow. The steward hasn't moved. You're acutely aware that if this wine is poisoned, you've just signed your own death certificate. But also, if you refuse to taste it, you've failed your first day and will probably be looking for a new job that you won't get because you'll be known as that coward who wouldn't drink the wine. Acceptable, the steward finally says, taking the cup from your shaking hand. You realise you've been holding your breath. That's probably not professional. Then comes the moment that defines your entire tenure. The steward pulls you aside, away from the kitchen noise, and speaks in a low voice that somehow makes everything more terrifying. The last tester, he begins, and your heart sinks because you know this story doesn't end with retired happily. He missed something in a fig compote 3 weeks ago. Died within the hour, choking on his own tongue. The Lord was fine. Barely touched the stuff. Didn't care for figs. Cool? Great. Wonderful information to receive 4 hours into your new career. So the previous tester died not from successfully detecting poison, but from failing to detect it. And his death was slower and more horrible than you'd imagined. And the Lord survived purely by accident of personal preference. This is fine. Everything is fine. The poisoner was never found, the steward adds, because apparently this horror story needed an epilogue. Could have been anyone. A cook with a grudge, a servant bribed by enemies, a noble spy. We hanged 3 people we suspected, but truthfully, we never knew. Oh, good. So not only did the last tester die horribly, but the person who killed him is still out there, possibly still working in this very kitchen, definitely still interested in murdering the Lord, and now aware that there's a new obstacle in their way. Namely you. The steward's face softens slightly, which is somehow worse than his usual stern expression. Listen, he says, and you can tell he's about to deliver some wisdom that's either genuinely helpful or completely useless. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Don't worry about offending the cooks. Don't worry about wasting food. Your job is to keep the Lord alive, and if that means throwing out an entire feast because you had a bad feeling, so be it. He pauses. Though try not to have too many bad feelings. Food's expensive. You're given a small wooden token, about the size of a coin, with the Lord's seal on it. This, the steward explains, is your authority. When you declare food unsafe, people have to listen. It's a surprising amount of power for someone who 24 hours ago was probably shoveling pig manure or begging for bread. With this token, you can halt an entire banquet. You can accuse the head cook of attempted murder. You can dump the Lord's expensive wine on the floor and demand a new cask. It's intoxicating, this sudden authority. It also makes you a target. The rest of your first day passes in a blur of increasing anxiety. Lunch is another tasting marathon. Dinner is even worse because there are more courses and the Lord is actually present this time, watching you taste his food with an expression that's either gratitude or resentment. You honestly can't tell. Every bite is a gamble, every swallow is a prayer. By the time evening comes and you're dismissed to your quarters, a small corner of the servants' area with a straw mattress that smells like the previous occupant, who again is dead. You're exhausted not from physical labour but from sustained terror. You lie down, your stomach churning from consuming bits of 24 different dishes, your mind racing through every sensation you felt today. Was that momentary dizziness from poison, or from standing too long? Is your slight headache from wine or from hemlock? Will you wake up tomorrow, or will they find you cold and stiff? Just another casualty of medieval employment. Welcome to the job. Day 1 complete. Only a lifetime of this to go. The medieval castle kitchen isn't a cheerful place with singing mice and friendly cooking montages. It's a smoke-filled hellscape where dozens of stressed servants rush around open fires, boiling vats and animal carcasses in various states of preparation. And somewhere in this chaos, someone might be stirring poison into the soup. Your job is to figure out which dish before your tongue goes numb. Welcome to your office. It's approximately the temperature of the sun's surface, smells like a combination of burning meat and unwashed humanity, and has the ambient noise level of a small war. There are no windows because medieval architects believed fresh air was for the weak. Instead, there's a hole in the ceiling that's supposed to let smoke out but mostly just rearranges it artistically around the room. By the end of your first week, you've developed a permanent cough that makes you sound like a dying goat. This is considered normal. The kitchen operates in a state of controlled chaos that would give modern health inspectors a nervous breakdown. There are open flames everywhere, roasting spits, bread ovens, cooking pots suspended over fire pits. People are constantly rushing past each other with boiling liquids, sharp knives and heavy platters. It's like a medieval version of that cooking competition show. Except instead of getting eliminated, you might actually get eliminated. Permanently. By fire, by knife, or by the poison you're supposed to be detecting. The floor is an archaeological layer cake of spillage and horror. There's standing water in some corners, which is actually the least concerning liquid. Grease has been accumulating on the stone since the castle was built, creating a slick surface that turns walking into an extreme sport. Blood from butchered animals mingles with vegetable scraps, spilled wine, and things you really don't want to identify. You learn quickly to watch your step, not just to avoid slipping, but to avoid stepping on the rats. Oh yes, there are rats, so many rats. They're not guests, they're residents. They pay more attention to the kitchen's operations than some of the staff. Your position in this chaos is awkward. You're not really a cook, so you don't have a station. You're not exactly a servant, given your special duties. You're more like a wandering harbinger of suspicion. You have to be everywhere, watching everything, tasting constantly. This means you're always in someone's way. Cooks curse at you in 3 languages when you block their path to the ovens. Scullery maids glare when you ask them to pause so you can taste something. The butcher, a man the size of a small barn with arms like tree trunks, actively pretends you don't exist because your presence is an insult to his craft. How dare you suggest his perfectly good meat might be poisoned? The heat is unbearable. In summer, the kitchen is hell with better lighting. In winter, it's the only warm place in the entire castle, which means it's packed with people who have no business being there, all hovering near the fires like cold moths. You're sweating constantly, which makes it even harder to tell if you're experiencing poison symptoms or just dehydration. Dizziness? Could be hemlock, could be heat stroke. Nausea? Might be arsenic, might be the fact that you're breathing air that's 50% smoke and 50% aerosolized grease. The cooking equipment itself is nightmare fuel. There are massive cauldrons that could fit a person, and given medieval history probably have. The roasting spits are operated by young boys called turnspits, whose entire job is to stand in the hottest part of the kitchen and rotate meat for hours. They hate you because you have to taste their carefully roasted work with an expression of suspicion rather than appreciation. There are mortars and pestles the size of buckets for grinding spices, herbs, and theoretically, poison. Every tool is a potential weapon or poison delivery system, and you have to watch all of them. The ingredients stored in the kitchen range from mundane to deeply suspicious. Sacks of grain that might contain regular wheat, or might be contaminated with ergot, a fungus that causes hallucinations, gangrene, and death. Barrels of salted fish that smell like they died of natural causes 3 years ago. Hanging herbs that are supposedly for flavouring, but could just as easily be hemlock labelled as parsley. Wine casks that anyone could tamper with. And then there are the spices, kept in locked boxes because they're worth more than gold. Saffron, pepper, cinnamon, all expensive, all imported, all theoretically under guard. But locks can be picked, and valuable spices are easy to swap out for poison if you're clever and motivated. The staff hierarchy in the kitchen is complicated and territorial. At the top is the head cook, usually a man who's survived decades in this profession through a combination of skill, paranoia, and being genuinely terrifying to anyone who questions his authority. Below him are specialised cooks, the sauce master, the pastry cook, the roaster. Then come regular kitchen servants, scullery workers, water carriers, and the aforementioned turnspit boys. Everyone has their domain, their responsibilities, their pride. And here you are, the poison tester, implicitly accusing all of them of potential murder every single day. The timing of kitchen work means you're there during the worst hours. Meal preparation starts before dawn. You're stumbling into the smoke-filled darkness while everyone else in the castle is still sleeping, immediately tasting porridge that might kill you before you're fully awake. Then there's the mid-morning preparation for the Lord's dinner, the main meal of the day. This is when the kitchen reaches peak chaos, multiple dishes being prepared simultaneously, complicated sauces requiring constant attention, roasts being timed, bread being pulled from ovens. You're tasting everything in various stages of completion, from raw ingredients to finished dishes, your palate slowly being destroyed by the sheer volume and variety of flavours. What makes the kitchen particularly terrifying is the number of access points. There's the main entrance where supplies come in, side doors for hauling water, windows at ground level for ventilation. The herb garden is right outside, meaning anyone could pluck something deadly and walk it straight in. The wine cellar connects through a corridor. The buttery, where dairy is stored, has its own entrance. Each access point is a potential vulnerability, and you can't watch them all. Anyone with motivation and a handful of nightshade could waltz in during the chaos and slip it into a sauce. The personalities you encounter make everything worse. There's always one cook who takes your presence as a personal insult, and makes sure everything he prepares looks as suspicious as possible, just to watch you squirm. There's the nervous assistant who acts so guilty about everything that you suspect him constantly, even though he's probably just terrified of the head cook. There's the old woman who's been working in the kitchen for 40 years and remembers when poison testing wasn't even necessary. Back in the good old days when people just died mysteriously, and everyone accepted it as God's will. And then there are the visitors. Nobles don't just send servants to the kitchen, sometimes they come themselves to give special instructions for meals. Foreign diplomats tour the facilities. Merchants delivering supplies linger to negotiate prices. Every stranger is a potential threat. Every unfamiliar face could be a poisoner doing reconnaissance. You find yourself memorizing faces, learning to spot when someone's in a place they shouldn't be. developing a sixth sense for wrongness that slowly drives you insane. The breaks between meals offer no relief because that's when ingredients arrive and need to be inspected. Carts of vegetables from local farms could be fine, could be someone's revenge plot. Barrels of wine from the Lord's vineyard, sealed supposedly, but seals can be broken and reapplied. Deliveries of meat from the butcher. You're not a butcher. How would you know if something's wrong with it? You taste raw meat sometimes, which is exactly as disgusting as it sounds. Trying to detect any bitterness or strange texture that might indicate tampering. By the end of each day, you're covered in a fine layer of grease, ash, and paranoia. Your clothes smell like smoke, and will continue smelling like smoke even after washing, which is infrequent because washing clothes in medieval times is an ordeal. Your hair is perpetually damp with sweat. Your eyes burn from the smoke. Your throat is raw from the heat and the constant tasting. Your stomach is confused about whether it's full or nauseated, and tomorrow you get to do it all again. The kitchen isn't just your workplace, it's a daily test of survival, where the threats are everywhere and nowhere, where every meal preparation is a potential crime scene, and where you're somehow supposed to maintain vigilance while also not collapsing from heat exhaustion, or dying from the very poison you're meant to detect. It's not a job. It's a very slow, very hot, very smoky form of torture. And the rats, they're probably having a better time than you are. Here's a fun fact. Most medieval poisons don't come with convenient warning labels. There's no "contains arsenic" sticker on the wine jug. You have to learn what poison tastes like the hard way, by tasting everything and hoping your body gives you a warning sign before your organs shut down. Arsenic. Slightly sweet, like almonds that hate you. Hemlock. Tastes like parsley's evil twin. Nightshade. Well, if you're tasting nightshade, you're already having a very bad day. Your education in poison detection is less formal training and more survival-based pattern recognition. It's like learning a language where every wrong word might kill you. There's no poison tasting academy, no professor of toxicology giving lectures with helpful diagrams. Instead, you learn through a combination of folklore, whispered warnings from paranoid nobles, and occasionally, personal experience that leaves you vomiting into a bucket while someone writes down your symptoms for future reference. Arsenic is the classic. It's been the poison of choice for ambitious relatives and spurned lovers since ancient times. In its pure form, it's supposedly tasteless, which is terrifying. But medieval arsenic wasn't pure. It came from minerals, often mixed with other compounds. Some people describe a faintly sweet taste. Others say it's slightly metallic, like licking a coin that wants you dead. The real giveaway isn't always the taste. It's what happens after. A burning sensation in your throat, excessive salivation, the sudden, urgent need to be near a privy. By the time you notice these symptoms, you've got maybe an hour before things get really bad. Your job is to notice them in the first 5 minutes and raise the alarm before the Lord takes a single bite. Hemlock is trickier. It's a plant that looks distressingly similar to several edible herbs. The ancient Greeks used it for executions. Socrates' final philosophical discussion was interrupted by hemlock-induced paralysis, which seems like poor party planning. The taste has been described as earthy, slightly bitter, vaguely like parsley or carrots. The problem is, lots of medieval food tastes earthy and bitter because medieval food is terrible. You're trying to distinguish "this tastes bad because it's been sitting in a barrel for 6 months" from "this tastes bad because it's actively murdering me." The key symptom is numbness, starting at your lips and tongue, creeping down your throat. If your mouth starts feeling fuzzy like you've been to a very aggressive dentist, that's hemlock, and you need to sound the alarm immediately. Nightshade, also called belladonna or beautiful lady, because Renaissance women used it to dilate their pupils fashionably, is less about taste and more about immediate regret. It's bitter, intensely so, like biting into concentrated plant rage. The berries are shiny and black and look deceptively appetizing, which is how children occasionally poisoned themselves. Medieval adults who encountered it in food usually knew immediately that something was wrong because nightshade doesn't hide well. The real danger is when someone's clever enough to mask it in something sweet or spicy. Early symptoms include dry mouth, not "I should drink water" dry mouth, but "my tongue has become a desert" dry mouth. Then comes dilated pupils, blurred vision, and hallucinations. If the Lord starts seeing demons during dinner, someone definitely used nightshade. Monkshood, also called wolfsbane, is perhaps the most dramatic. It's been called the Queen of Poisons because it acts fast and hard. Even touching the plant with bare skin can cause symptoms. The taste is supposedly burning and tingling, like eating angry static electricity. Your lips and tongue start going numb almost immediately, which would be helpful for detection, except that by the time you're feeling it, you're already poisoned. Your heart rate goes wild, speeding up, slowing down, doing whatever it wants really. Medieval medical texts describe it as causing great anxiety and fear, which is a polite way of saying you'll be convinced you're dying, and you'll be correct. Poison mushrooms present a special kind of nightmare because there are dozens of species, each with different effects. The death cap mushroom, responsible for more deaths than any other fungus, doesn't even taste bad. It's supposedly quite pleasant, which is nature's cruelest joke. It might be mild, slightly nutty, completely unalarming. The symptoms don't appear for 6 to 24 hours, at which point you're already dying and there's nothing medieval medicine can do about it. As a poison tester, mushroom dishes are your personal hell, because you can't rely on immediate symptoms. You just have to taste it, wait, and hope that tomorrow morning you wake up. Lead, while not technically a poison in the deliberate murder sense, was everywhere in medieval life. Lead pipes, lead glazes on pottery, lead-based cosmetics. Wine was sometimes stored in lead vessels, and over time, the wine would absorb the metal. Lead tastes sweet, which is why the Romans used it as a sweetener, and slowly drove themselves mad in the process. As a taster, you're supposed to detect this, but how? Everything in medieval times contains trace amounts of lead. You're looking for excessive sweetness in things that shouldn't be sweet, or a peculiar metallic aftertaste. The symptoms are slow building, headaches, irritability, stomach pain, which means you might be getting lead poisoning from your job and not even realise it until you've lost your mind. Then there are the creative options. Ground glass mixed into food. Technically not poison, but definitely lethal. It doesn't taste like anything, which is the problem. It just shreds your insides as you digest it. You're supposed to detect this by texture, by paying attention to any grittiness that shouldn't be there. Imagine trying to identify tiny glass particles in bread that already contains bits of stone from grinding mills. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, except the needle is microscopic, and the haystack is also full of smaller needles. Various mercury compounds were used medicinally and murderously. Mercury itself has no taste, but mercury salts can be bitter or metallic. The symptoms are subtle at first: tremors, mood changes, insomnia. These are also symptoms of being a poison tester living in constant fear, so good luck distinguishing cause from effect. You might be slowly going mad from mercury poisoning, or you might just be responding normally to an insane job. The medieval medical establishment couldn't tell the difference, and neither can you. Rat poison, made from things like yellow phosphorus, was available and occasionally used on humans when someone wanted to be less subtle. It glows faintly in the dark, which would be helpful, except you're not tasting food in the dark. In daylight, it might have a garlic-like odour and a waxy taste. The symptoms include the delightful phrase smoking stool syndrome, which means exactly what you think it means. Your excrement literally smokes because of the phosphorus. This is a very clear sign of poisoning, though by that point you're probably beyond saving. The real education comes from the near misses. That time you tasted wine and felt a strange tingling that made you dump the entire cask, later finding out that someone had indeed tampered with it. The meal where you detected an off taste in the sauce and refused to approve it, and the cook discovered that some nightshade had accidentally fallen into the pot. These experiences teach you more than any lecture could. They also traumatize you deeply, but trauma is just another job qualification in medieval times. You start developing a mental catalogue. Sweet and metallic? Probably arsenic. Bitter and numbing? Could be hemlock or nightshade. Garlicky and waxy? Phosphorus. No taste at all, but your gut screams danger. Trust that instinct. It's probably ground glass or a poison you haven't encountered yet. You become hypervigilant about textures, temperatures, colours. Does this wine look cloudier than usual? Does this bread have an odd sheen? Is that smell coming from the meat normal decay or something worse? The irony is that many medieval dishes taste so strange to begin with that detecting poison becomes an exercise in comparative awfulness. You're not asking, does this taste good? Medieval food rarely tastes good by any reasonable standard. You're asking, does this taste wrong in a way that might kill someone? It's a subtle distinction that requires you to become intimately familiar with exactly how bad food can taste before it crosses the line into lethal. Other poison testers, in the rare moments when you encounter them at gatherings of nobles, swap stories like war veterans. Ever taste concentrated rue? One asks. Made my mouth feel like I'd been chewing bees. Another describes the time he detected poison by noticing that his vision went slightly purple for a moment. These conversations are equal parts helpful and horrifying, because they reveal just how many different ways people have tried to murder nobles and by extension you. You also learn the poisoner's art by necessity. Understanding what poisons taste like means understanding how they might be hidden. Sweet poisons go in desserts, bitter ones in heavily spiced dishes, tasteless ones in anything, which is why you're paranoid about everything. You start thinking like a murderer. Where would I hide this? How would I mask that? If I wanted to kill the Lord, which dish would I choose? This mental exercise makes you very good at your job, and also ensures you'll never sleep peacefully again. The most terrifying realization comes after a few months on the job. You've probably ingested small amounts of various poisons already, not enough to kill you, but enough that your body is accumulating damage. Your hands shake slightly now. Is that mercury? Your stomach hurts constantly. Lead? Arsenic? Or just the stress of eating potentially lethal food 3 times a day? The line between symptom and survival becomes blurred. Learning what poisons taste like isn't a skill you acquire and perfect. It's an ongoing, terrifying education where the final exam happens every meal, and failure means death. There's no graduation, no mastery, just an ever-growing list of things that can kill you, and a desperate hope that your tongue figures it out before your organs do. As a poison tester, paranoia isn't a personality flaw. It's a survival skill. Every meal is a mystery. Every cook is a suspect. Even the nice old woman who's been baking bread for 40 years could have been bribed by a rival noble. You start seeing threats everywhere. In the way a servant avoids your eyes, in how the wine looks slightly cloudier than usual, in the fact that the meat tastes just a little bit off. You're not crazy, you're employed. The paranoia starts small. At first, you're just doing your job, tasting food, watching for symptoms, trying not to die. But after a few weeks, something shifts in your brain. You start noticing patterns that might not be patterns. The kitchen boy who usually smiles at you didn't smile today. Suspicious. The wine steward poured from a different barrel than usual. Very suspicious. The head cook seasoned the roast before you tasted it instead of after. Extremely suspicious. Are these meaningful observations, or are you losing your mind? The answer is yes to both. You begin studying everyone's behaviour like you're a detective in a murder mystery, which technically you are. The difference is that the murder hasn't happened yet, and you're trying to be neither the victim nor the person who let it happen. You memorize schedules. Who's in the kitchen when? Who has access to the wine cellar? Who was standing near the source when you turned your back for 30 seconds? You create mental dossiers on every single person involved in food preparation, from the Lord's personal cupbearer to the scullery maid who washes the dishes. The cupbearer becomes your frenemy. His job is to serve the wine with ceremony and flair. Your job is to assume he's trying to kill someone. You watch his hands constantly. Does he palm anything as he pours? Does he favour one goblet over another? Is that just his normal pouring technique, or is he being deliberately careful about which cup goes to whom? He notices you're staring. Everyone notices you're staring. It makes social interaction spectacularly awkward. Just doing my job, you mutter, maintaining eye contact while he pours wine for the Lord's dinner. He thinks you're unhinged. You think he might be a murderer. You're both probably right about each other. Your paranoia extends beyond the kitchen. You start questioning everything. A foreign dignitary visits and brings gifts of exotic foods? Definitely poisoned. The Lord's cousin sends a cask of wine from his estate? Probably poisoned. A merchant offers a deal on imported spices? Almost certainly poisoned. You become that person who ruins every generous gesture by treating it like an assassination attempt. How kind of the bishop to send these lovely candied fruits. I'll need to feed them to a dog first. You're fun at parties, assuming you were ever invited to parties, which you're not, because you're the poison tester and everyone finds you deeply unsettling. Sleep becomes difficult because your brain won't stop analysing the day's meals. You lie in your straw bed at 2 a.m, mentally reviewing every dish you tasted. Was that slight bitterness in the morning porridge normal grain flavour or the beginning of something sinister? The roasted vegetables at dinner had an odd texture. Was that just overcooking, or was someone getting creative with ground glass? You replay conversations looking for threats. The sauce cook mentioned his daughter needed medicine. Was he just making conversation, or was he explaining why he might need money? Money that could come from poisoning the Lord. The paranoia makes you see connections everywhere. 3 servants had a whispered conversation near the wine barrels, obviously a conspiracy. The head cook seemed irritated when you questioned a dish. Clearly guilty conscience. A visiting noble asked detailed questions about meal times, definitely planning something. Your brain becomes a conspiracy theory generator running at full capacity 24 hours a day. Sometimes you're right. Usually you're just exhausted. You start testing your own food, which creates a recursive loop of paranoia. If someone wants the Lord dead, they might try to eliminate the poison tester first. So your meals, humble as they are, might also be targets. You taste your bread carefully, examining it for odd colouring. You sniff your ale before drinking. You've been known to feed bits of your dinner to the castle cats before eating, watching to see if they keel over. This makes you popular with the cats, who appreciate the free food, and deeply unpopular with everyone else, who thinks you've completely lost it. The worst part is that you can't tell anyone about your suspicions without sounding insane. You try once. You pull the steward aside and explain that you think the assistant cook might be compromised because he was humming cheerfully this morning, and nobody in a medieval kitchen is ever cheerful unless they're up to something. The steward looks at you like you've been sampling too much of the medicinal wine. He was humming, the steward repeats flatly. Yes, humming, you insist. Suspiciously, the steward walks away. You make a mental note that the steward is now also suspicious for not taking your humming theory seriously. Every coincidence becomes evidence. The same servant delivers wine 3 days in a row. Pattern. The bread is slightly darker than usual. Clue. Someone sneezes while preparing food. Possible distraction technique. You're connecting dots that probably shouldn't be connected, creating elaborate murder plots in your mind that may or may not exist. But here's the thing. Sometimes they do exist. Sometimes your paranoid theory about the visiting merchant turns out to be correct. Sometimes that weird taste in the wine really was poison. And those occasional victories justify all the false alarms and make you double down on the paranoia. You develop elaborate rituals to feel safe. You insist on watching every step of food preparation for the Lord's meals. You require that ingredients come from their original sealed containers in your presence. You demand that wine casks be opened in front of you. These requirements make you incredibly annoying to the kitchen staff, who already work under tremendous pressure and don't appreciate you adding more rules. But you don't care about being liked. You care about not being the poison tester who missed something obvious because you were trying to be pleasant. The paranoia affects how you see the entire castle hierarchy. Every political disagreement becomes a potential murder motive. The Lord dismissed a knight from service last month. That knight's friends in the kitchen might seek revenge. 2 nobles are feuding over land rights. One of them might try to eliminate the other through poison. The Lord's wife seems unhappy. Spousal murder was basically a medieval hobby for the ambitious. You catalogue these potential threats, ranking them by likelihood and opportunity. You have no authority to act on any of this information. You're just a taster, but you watch everyone like a hawk that's been drinking way too much coffee. Social interactions become minefields. Someone tries to be friendly, offering you extra food or a better place to sleep, and immediately you're suspicious. Why are they being nice? What do they want? Are they trying to make you complacent so you'll be less vigilant? Even genuine kindness registers as potential manipulation. That nice serving girl who smiled at you. Probably a honey trap deployed by conspirators. The old cook who gave you advice about detecting bitter tastes. Might be misleading you so you miss a different type of poison. You trust no one, which is lonely and exhausting, but also keeps you alive. You start having paranoid fantasies about elaborate plots. Maybe there's no single poisoner. Maybe it's a coordinated effort by multiple people taking turns so no one looks suspicious. Maybe the real target isn't the Lord at all but you, and someone's been feeding you small doses of poison for weeks waiting for you to drop dead. Maybe the last poison tester wasn't incompetent. Maybe he was deliberately silenced because he discovered something. These theories keep you up at night, which adds sleep deprivation to your list of problems. Sleep deprivation makes paranoia worse. Worse paranoia leads to less sleep. It's a vicious cycle that ends with you twitching at shadows and jumping when someone closes a door too loudly. Your paranoia eventually extends to the Lord himself. What if he's testing you? What if some of these meals are intentionally compromised to see if you'll catch it? What if he's the one orchestrating poisoning attempts to justify eliminating people he doesn't like? The nobility played complex political games, and you're just a pawn who happens to taste their food. You can't trust the person you're protecting, which adds another layer of stress to an already stressful situation. Other servants start avoiding you because your paranoia is contagious and uncomfortable. Nobody wants to be near the person who treats every meal like a crime scene and every smile like a threat. You eat alone, you work alone, you exist in a bubble of suspicion that keeps everyone at arm's length. This isolation makes you more paranoid because now you have no allies. No one to reality check your theories. No one to tell you that sometimes humming is just humming. The tragic irony is that your paranoia makes you better at your job and worse at being human. You catch threats others would miss because you assume everything is a threat. Your survival rate is probably higher than more trusting poison testers. But you're also miserable, isolated, and one bad week away from full psychological breakdown. You've traded peace of mind for competence, sanity for survival. It's not a good trade, but it's the only one available. Every morning you wake up and wonder if today's the day someone gets past your defences. Every night you go to sleep mentally reviewing every single thing you consumed, every person you interacted with, every possible threat you might have missed. The paranoia never stops. It can't stop. Because the moment you relax, the moment you trust, the moment you assume something is safe without checking, that's when the poison gets through. You're not paranoid because you're crazy. You're paranoid because you're a poison tester in a medieval castle where approximately 7 people want your employer dead and you're the only thing standing between them and success. In this context, paranoia isn't a disorder. It's the most rational response possible. It's also slowly destroying your mental health, but that's just another occupational hazard in a job full of them. The paranoia is your constant companion, your unwanted friend, your survival mechanism, and your curse. It keeps you sharp, it keeps you vigilant, it keeps you alive, and it makes every moment of that life absolutely exhausting. The kitchen staff should be your allies, but instead, they're a constant source of terror. Some resent you because you're basically accusing them of murder before every meal. Others pity you because you're the human canary in their coal mine, and a few might actually be trying to kill you, or at least trying to kill your employer and you're just collateral damage. Either way, potluck dinners are incredibly awkward. Let's start with the head cook, a man named Guillaume who has the build of a retired executioner and the temperament of a badger with a toothache. He's been cooking for the Lord for 15 years, which means he's either extremely loyal or extremely patient in his murder planning. You can't tell which. Guillaume sees your presence as a personal insult to his professional reputation. Every time you taste his food with a suspicious expression, which is always, because suspicion is your default setting, he takes it as a commentary on his skills. "You think I poisoned the roast?" he'll ask in a voice like grinding millstones. No, you lie. Just doing my job. You absolutely think he might poison the roast. He knows you think this. The resentment is mutual and thick enough to cut with one of his kitchen knives. Guillaume's assistant, a younger man named Peter, who's maybe trying to work his way up to head cook someday, oscillates between being overly helpful and deeply suspicious. Some days he's eager to explain every ingredient, showing you the sealed containers, describing the preparation methods in exhausting detail. Other days he won't make eye contact and practically throws the dishes at you to taste. You can't figure out if he's trying to prove his innocence or if the friendly days are when he's not poisoning anything, and the hostile days are when he is. Either way, your relationship consists primarily of him cooking and you suspecting, which isn't a great foundation for workplace friendship. Then there's Agnes, the elderly woman who's been baking bread since before your parents were born. She should be the least suspicious person in the kitchen, sweet grandmother type. Always humming hymns wouldn't hurt a fly. But you've learned that medieval grannies are not to be underestimated. They've survived decades in a world that kills most people by 30. That takes cunning. Agnes treats you with patient kindness that could be genuine affection, or could be the demeanour of someone waiting for you to lower your guard. When she offers you a warm roll fresh from the oven, you accept it graciously, and then wait 15 minutes watching for symptoms before actually eating it. She notices this. Her smile never wavers. It's extremely unnerving. The sauce master, a temperamental artist named Henri, actively hates you. His sauces are his masterpieces, complex, subtle, carefully balanced, and you taste them with all the appreciation of someone checking for drain cleaner. You understand nothing, he once told you after you questioned a particularly fragrant wine reduction. This sauce has 17 ingredients. 17. Each one perfectly measured, and you taste it like it's pig slop. He's not wrong. You do taste it like it's pig slop, because pig slop doesn't kill people, but his 17-ingredient sauce very easily could. Henri has stopped explaining his craft to you. He now just glares while you taste, which you interpret as either wounded pride or guilty conscience. Possibly both. The scullery maids occupy a weird middle ground. They're not important enough to be primary poisoning suspects, but they handle all the dishes, utensils, and cooking implements. They could easily contaminate something during cleaning, or accidentally give the Lord a plate that had poison residue. Most of them pity you in the way one pities a condemned prisoner. They see you as someone doing a horrible job for terrible reasons who probably won't survive long. One maid, Mary, once tried to be friendly. "Must be hard," she said while scrubbing pots. "Tasting everything, never knowing." You agreed it was hard. She looked sad. The last tester, he was nice too. "Shame about the figs." Then she went back to scrubbing and never spoke to you again. You think about that conversation a lot. Was it a warning? A threat? Just small talk? The ambiguity haunts you. Your relationship with the kitchen staff is complicated by the fact that you have authority without power. You can reject their food, demand they remake dishes, insist on watching them work, but you can't fire them. You can't punish them. You can only be deeply annoying and hope that annoyance doesn't motivate them to solve their problem, namely you, with poison. It's a delicate balance. Be too aggressive and you make enemies. Be too passive and you might miss the poison that kills your employer and gets you executed for incompetence. There's no middle ground that keeps everyone happy, so you settle for keeping everyone equally irritated. The kitchen hierarchy means you're constantly navigating who to offend least. Insult Guillaume and the entire kitchen turns hostile. But if you don't question his dishes, you're not doing your job. Question the junior cooks too aggressively, and they complain to Guillaume, which cycles back to the previous problem. Ignore the scullery maids, and they might start forgetting to inform you when dishes are ready. It's like diplomatic relations between hostile nations, except one of the nations is you, and you're armed only with a wooden spoon and mounting anxiety. Meal preparation becomes a silent battle of wills. The cooks prepare food. You taste it with obvious suspicion. They take offence. You don't apologise, because apologising implies you were wrong to be suspicious, and you're never wrong to be suspicious. They cook the next meal with slightly more hostility. You taste it with slightly more paranoia. The cycle continues, everyone becoming progressively more irritated. By month 3, the kitchen staff communicates with you primarily through aggressive pot clanging and pointed sighs. Sometimes cooks try to mess with you, not with poison, but with deliberately off-putting food. Henry once made a sauce that was technically safe, but tasted like what you imagine Satan's bathwater would taste like, just to watch you try to figure out if it was poison or just aggressively bad. You had to approve it because you couldn't detect actual poison, even though every instinct screamed to reject it. Henri smirked for a week. The Lord complained about the sauce. You got blamed. Henry's smirk intensified. Workplace dynamics in medieval kitchens are incredibly mature. There's also the practical problem that these people feed you your own meals. You're not important enough to have a separate taster for your food. You eat what the kitchen staff gives you, which means they could poison you directly and skip the Lord entirely. You've made enemies of the people who control your food supply. It's possibly the worst strategic position in human history. You try to be present when your meals are prepared, watching them make your porridge or slice your bread. But you can't watch everything. Eventually you have to eat something you didn't personally supervise, and those meals are consumed with deep existential dread. The younger kitchen staff, the turnspits, the water carriers, the herb choppers, mostly just find you weird. You're that strange person who tastes everything dramatically and sometimes makes people remake entire dishes because of a feeling. To them, you're like a bizarre mascot of paranoia. Some mock you behind your back. You've heard the impressions. They exaggerate your suspicious squinting and the way you swirl food in your mouth. It's hurtful. It's also probably accurate. You do squint suspiciously. Your mouth-swirling technique has become quite pronounced. Occasionally, a cook will be genuinely kind, usually right after you've saved the Lord from an actual poisoning attempt. For a few days, they'll remember that your job is impossible and dangerous. They'll be patient when you ask to watch them work. They'll explain ingredients without resentment. Then memory fades, daily irritation returns, and you're back to being the annoying paranoid person who makes their jobs harder. Gratitude in medieval kitchens has a half-life of about 72 hours. The most dangerous cooks are the ones who are too friendly. When someone's consistently nice to you in an environment where everyone else ranges from resentful to pitying, alarm bells ring. Why are they being pleasant? What's their angle? Are they trying to gain your trust so you'll be less vigilant about their dishes? You had one cook, Thomas, who was always cheerful, always asking about your day, always making sure you got extra portions. You liked Thomas. Everyone liked Thomas. Then Thomas was arrested for accepting bribes from the Lord's enemies, though they never proved he poisoned anything. You don't trust friendly cooks anymore. Hostility is honest. Kindness is suspect. Your relationship with the kitchen staff also suffers because you're evidence of their potential guilt. Your very existence says, someone here might be a murderer. That's not a message that builds team morale. Every time the Lord has a close call or receives a threat, kitchen staff get questioned, sometimes harshly. They blame you for this, even though you're just doing your job. You're the constant reminder that they work in an environment where political murder is a legitimate concern and they're all suspects. No one wants to be friends with the walking accusation. There are rare moments of connection. Once, after you detected poison in wine and probably saved everyone's lives, the cooks would have been blamed if the Lord died. Guillaume nodded at you with something approaching respect. "Good nose," he said gruffly. It was the closest thing to approval you'd ever received. You nearly cried. Then the next day he was back to resenting your presence, because one moment of shared relief doesn't erase months of mutual suspicion. The kitchen staff knows things about you that you wish they didn't. They see you at your most paranoid, your most anxious, your most ridiculous. They've watched you sniff bread for 5 minutes trying to detect poison that wasn't there. They've seen you make 3 different cooks remake the same dish because you kept having bad feelings about it. They've observed you having what might have been a small panic attack over a bowl of soup. You have no dignity left in front of these people. They've seen you at your worst repeatedly, and they're the ones preparing your food. It's a power dynamic that doesn't favour you. Some days you wonder if, poisoning aside, one of them might just physically assault you out of sheer frustration. You're that annoying. You've delayed meals by hours with your excessive caution. You've caused expensive dishes to be thrown out on suspicion alone. You've interrupted their workflow countless times. If medieval kitchens had HR departments, you'd have so many complaints filed against you. But there is no HR, only the shared understanding that everyone has to tolerate each other, or the whole castle stops functioning. The relationship between you and the kitchen staff is fundamentally broken by the nature of your job. You cannot trust them. They cannot respect you while feeling distrusted. There's no solution to this problem. You're locked in an eternal dance of suspicion and resentment, spinning around each other in a hot, smoky kitchen, each meal another step in a routine that benefits no one's mental health or workplace satisfaction. And yet, you all show up every day. They cook. You taste. The Lord eats. The system works, sort of. It's dysfunctional, hostile, and makes everyone miserable. But it's also medieval employment, so that's basically standard. After you've tasted the food, you don't just immediately serve it to the Lord. Oh no, there's a waiting period. Sometimes 15 minutes, sometimes an hour, depending on how paranoid your employer is. You sit there sweating, wondering if that tingling in your fingers is just nerves or if the mushrooms were definitely the wrong kind. Everyone watches you like you're a very boring but potentially explosive science experiment. The waiting period is psychological torture disguised as safety protocol. You've just consumed potentially lethal food, and now you get to sit with that decision while your body decides whether to continue living or to shut down in interesting and painful ways. It's like waiting for medical test results, except the test is, will I die in the next 30 minutes? And you're both the patient and the laboratory specimen. The timing depends on your employer's specific brand of paranoia. Some lords insist on a full hour, having read or heard that certain poisons take time to manifest. Others are impatient and will only wait 15 minutes, figuring that if you're not actively convulsing, the food is probably fine. Your current lord splits the difference at 30 minutes for most meals, extended to 45 if the food came from a suspicious source, like a gift from his brother-in-law, who he's pretty sure is plotting against him. He's probably right. Everyone's brother-in-law is plotting against them in medieval politics. You're given a stool in the corner of the dining hall where you sit in full view of everyone. This isn't for your comfort, it's so people can observe you for symptoms. You're basically dinner theatre, except instead of juggling or singing, you're just sitting there trying not to die. Servants glance at you while setting the table. Guards by the door watch you from the corners of their eyes. The Lord himself occasionally looks over, checking if you've started twitching or foaming at the mouth yet. It's the most attention you get all week, and it's entirely because people are waiting to see if you keel over. The physical experience of waiting is its own special hell. Every normal bodily sensation becomes a potential poison symptom. Your stomach gurgles because you just ate. That could be normal digestion, or it could be arsenic beginning its work. You feel warm. That's probably because the dining hall has a fire going, but it could also be fever from poisoning. Your heart is beating fast. Anxiety, obviously, but also maybe nightshade. You develop a twitch in your left eye from stress. Natural, except eye twitching is also a symptom of several toxic compounds. There's no way to tell the difference between your body just existing and your body actively dying until enough time passes that it becomes clear, or doesn't become clear. Sometimes it stays ambiguous, which is somehow worse. You try to control your expression because showing fear makes everyone more nervous, which makes the Lord nervous, which makes him suspect the food might be poisoned even if it's not, which creates a whole situation. So you sit there attempting to look calm and healthy while internally cataloguing every sensation and wondering if this is finally the meal that kills you. You've developed what you call your definitely not dying face. A slight smile, relaxed posture, steady breathing. It's completely fake. Inside, you're screaming. But the performance is part of the job. The waiting period also serves as a reminder of your expendability. They're literally waiting to see if you die before they eat. You're the test run, the trial version, the disposable prototype. If you survive, dinner proceeds. If you don't, they'll order new food and find a new tester. Your death would be inconvenient, but not catastrophic. The Lord might miss a meal. They'd have to dispose of your body, someone would need to clean your stool, but life would continue just without you in it. This reality sits heavy in your mind during the waiting period, along with the mushrooms that may or may not be killing you. Other people go about their business while you wait. Servants finish setting the table, placing goblets and trenchers and salt cellars. Musicians might tune their instruments for dinner entertainment. The Lord discusses politics or hunting or whatever nobles discuss with his advisors, and you're just there, in the corner, existing in a state of quantum uncertainty, where you're simultaneously fine and dying until enough time passes to collapse the probability. Schrödinger's poison tester. Sometimes the Lord makes conversation during the wait, which is awkward because what do you even talk about? How are you feeling, he'll ask. Fine, my lord, you respond, which might be true or might be a lie you're telling yourself. Any concerns about the meal, he probes. No, my lord, everything tasted normal, you say, hoping normal is the same as safe. He nods but keeps glancing at you, watching for signs. These conversations are presumably meant to be reassuring, but mostly just highlight that you're in a relationship where one party is waiting to see if the other party dies. The worst part of the waiting game is when you actually start feeling something wrong. Maybe 10 minutes in, you notice a genuine symptom. A slight numbness in your lips, a bitter aftertaste that's developing, a strange warmth in your throat. Now you have to make a split-second decision. Is this real, or is it anxiety? If you raise the alarm and you're wrong, you've just wasted an entire meal preparation, insulted the kitchen staff, and made yourself look incompetent. If you stay quiet and you're right, you're dead and so might be the Lord. The pressure of this decision is immense. You've raised false alarms before, everyone has, and the embarrassment was excruciating. But you've also caught real poisoning attempts. How do you tell the difference? You've developed a personal symptom threshold. Minor weirdness, tingling, slight nausea, mild dizziness. You monitor but don't immediately report because those happen all the time from stress and overeating during tasting. Moderate symptoms, pronounced numbness, persistent burning sensation, vision changes. You report cautiously, phrasing it as I may be experiencing something. Severe symptoms, difficulty breathing, intense pain, actual convulsions. You report immediately and hope someone calls a physician before you die. This system is imperfect. You've probably let minor poisonings slide because you dismissed them as anxiety. You've definitely caused false alarms by overreacting to stress symptoms. But you're alive, so the system works, sort of. The servants develop their own watching strategies. Some stare at you openly, curious. Others try to be subtle, glancing while pretending to adjust candles or straighten tapestries. The guards are professionals. They watch you while appearing to watch the room in general. You can feel all these eyes on you, waiting for you to show signs of distress. It's like being on stage. Except the performance is sitting still and not dying, and the reviews are literally life or death. 1 star. He died. 5 stars. He lived. No middle ground. Time moves differently during the waiting period. 15 minutes feels like 3 hours. Your mind wanders to dark places. You think about your funeral. Will you even get one? You wonder who would get your job after you're gone. You mentally compose last words just in case, though you'd probably be too busy choking to actually say them. You think about all the things you'll never do, like live past 30, or eat a meal without suspecting it contains poison, or have a job that doesn't involve potentially dying 3 times a day. These thoughts are morbid but unavoidable when you're sitting in a corner wondering if your kidneys are about to shut down. Sometimes nothing happens, which is its own strange experience. The waiting period ends. You're fine. The food is served. The Lord eats. You're excused. And you feel nothing. No relief, really, because you have to do this again at the next meal. No pride in a job well done, because not dying is baseline expectation, not achievement. Just a vague sense of having survived another round of Russian roulette, where you're the only one with a gun to your head. You walk back to your quarters feeling tired and empty, already dreading tomorrow's breakfast. Other times, the waiting period is interrupted by genuine emergency. You start showing real symptoms. Suddenly, the boredom and tedium explode into panic. You're vomiting into a bucket while someone shouts for a physician. The food is being thrown out. The kitchen staff is being interrogated. You're the centre of attention for all the wrong reasons, fighting to survive while also being treated as evidence in an attempted murder. These moments are terrifying, but also validating. See, you were right to be paranoid. Someone really was trying to kill the Lord, and they nearly killed you in the process. Unfortunately, this validation comes with the cost of potentially dying, so it's not exactly a win. The waiting game affects your relationship with time itself. You become acutely aware of minutes in a way most people never experience. You can estimate 30 minutes to within a minute's accuracy just from practice. Time becomes both your enemy. More time means more opportunity for poison to work, and your friend. More time without symptoms means you're probably safe. You exist in this temporal limbo, counting heartbeats and breaths, marking the passage of time by the absence of death. The Lord sometimes gets impatient during longer waits. How much longer? He'll ask 15 minutes into a 30-minute waiting period. Another 15 minutes, my lord, you respond. He sighs dramatically, as if you're personally inconveniencing him by taking time to determine if his food will kill him. Nobles have a fascinating relationship with the concept of consequences. They understand intellectually that poison takes time to work, but emotionally they want to eat now and are annoyed by safety protocols. You're simultaneously protecting them and annoying them, which is the perfect summary of your entire job. You've noticed that the waiting period is when people's true natures emerge. Some lords treat you with patience, understanding that you're taking a genuine risk for them. Others treat you like a broken hourglass, frustrated that you're taking so long to tell them what they want to hear. Some will make nervous jokes. Still alive, are we? Excellent, excellent. Others sit in hostile silence, radiating impatience. How they treat you during the waiting period tells you everything about whether they see you as a person or as a tool. The waiting game never gets easier. You'd think you'd adapt, become desensitized, learn to relax during the interim, but you don't. Each waiting period is fresh anxiety because each meal is a new risk. Your body doesn't learn to stop checking for symptoms. Your mind doesn't stop cataloguing every sensation. The fear stays sharp because the danger is always real. You're not building tolerance to the experience, you're accumulating trauma, one 30-minute interval at a time. When the waiting period finally ends and you're dismissed, you feel a complex mixture of relief and dread. Relief that you survived this round. Dread that the next meal is only a few hours away. The waiting game doesn't really end. It just pauses until the next time you have to taste food and sit in a corner wondering if today's the day your job finally kills you. You become an unwilling expert in poison symptoms. Nausea. Could be bad meat, could be arsenic. Dizziness. Maybe you stood up too fast, maybe it's hemlock. Tingling lips. Either someone put too much pepper in the sauce or you've got about 20 minutes to settle your affairs. You learn to read your own body like a very unreliable medical textbook written by someone who really doesn't want you to survive. The first symptom you master is nausea, because it's the most common and the most useless. Everything causes nausea in medieval times. Bad food, which is most food. Anxiety, which is your permanent state. Actual poisoning. Drinking water that came from a questionable source. Existing. You experience nausea so frequently that it becomes your baseline. The question isn't, am I nauseated, but rather, is this nausea different from my normal nausea? You develop a mental scale. 1 to 3 is normal background nausea, ignorable. 4 to 6 is concerning nausea, worth monitoring. 7 to 10 is, call the physician because something is definitely wrong nausea. You're currently operating at a steady 4, which you've accepted as just how life feels now. Dizziness is similarly ambiguous. Stand up too quickly in a hot kitchen after bending over, dizzy. Haven't eaten enough because you've been too busy tasting other people's potentially poisoned food, dizzy. Actual hemlock poisoning causing your blood pressure to drop, also dizzy. The only way to tell the difference is to wait and see if the dizziness progresses to full paralysis, or if it goes away when you sit down. It's a wait-and-see approach to medicine that would horrify modern doctors, but is standard procedure for medieval poison testers. You've become very good at standing still when dizzy, maintaining a calm expression, and internally screaming while you wait to find out if this is the vertigo that kills you. Tingling is more specific, and therefore more terrifying. When your lips start to tingle, you have a decision tree. Did you just eat something spicy? Then it's probably fine. Probably. Medieval spices were intense and often applied with enthusiasm bordering on violence. But if you didn't eat anything that should cause tingling, then congratulations, you might be experiencing the early stages of neurotoxin exposure. Hemlock starts with tingling that spreads from your mouth down your throat. Some mushroom poisons do the same. Even certain plant-based poisons create that characteristic pins and needles sensation. When you feel tingling, you immediately stop, assess what you just consumed, and start mentally composing urgent warnings to give before your tongue stops working. Excessive salivation is a weird one. Your mouth suddenly producing alarming amounts of saliva can indicate mercury poisoning, certain plant toxins, or just that you saw food after being hungry. The medieval diet being what it is, sporadic and unsatisfying, your body sometimes responds to the prospect of eating with enthusiastic drooling. But arsenic also causes hypersalivation, as do several other poisons. You've learned to judge salivation by context. Drooling at the sight of roasted meat, normal. Drooling for no apparent reason while tasting bland porridge, time to worry. You've also learned that explaining to people I'm drooling but it might not mean anything is impossible to make sound reassuring. Stomach cramps are the universal symptom that could mean literally anything. Every poison causes stomach pain. So does every digestive issue. So does eating too fast, eating too much, eating too little, or eating medieval food in general, which assaults your digestive system with the subtlety of a battering ram. You've developed the ability to distinguish between my stomach hurts because I'm digesting and my stomach hurts because something is actively trying to kill me. The difference is in the intensity and the progression. Normal digestion cramps come and go. Poison cramps get steadily, relentlessly worse. They start as discomfort and escalate to I need to lie down immediately within minutes. When cramps escalate, you escalate your response, which usually involves vomiting deliberately before the poison can be fully absorbed. It's not pleasant, but neither is death. Vision changes are particularly alarming because they're dramatic and obvious. If your vision suddenly goes blurry, or you start seeing double, or everything takes on a weird yellow tinge, something is very wrong. Nightshade causes pupil dilation and blurred vision. Some mushroom poisons create visual distortions. Lead can cause vision problems, though those develop more slowly. When your vision changes, there's no ambiguity. You're definitely poisoned. The only question is how poisoned and whether the physician can do anything about it. The answer to the second question is usually no, but you try anyway because the alternative is just accepting death, and you've become surprisingly attached to living despite this terrible job. Rapid heartbeat is a symptom you experience constantly from stress, which makes it nearly useless as a poison indicator. Your heart is always racing because you're always terrified. But some poisons cause distinctively abnormal heart rhythms, racing that's irregular, or alternating fast and slow, or a pounding so hard you can hear it in your ears. You've learned to put your hand on your chest and count beats when you're suspicious. Normal stress heartbeat is fast but steady. Poison heartbeat is chaotic, unpredictable, scary. When you feel the latter, you announce it immediately, though by then you're usually experiencing multiple other symptoms too, so the heart thing is just confirmation that, yes, you're definitely dying. Sweating is complicated because you sweat all the time. The kitchen is hot. You're anxious. You're wearing wool in a building without air conditioning. Sweat is your permanent state. But poison sweating is different. Cold sweat, clammy skin, profuse sweating that seems disproportionate to the environment. It's your body's panic response to toxins, trying to cool down or expel something terrible. You've learned to touch your forehead periodically to check if you're sweating more than baseline. If you are, and there's no obvious reason like being near an open oven, then something might be wrong. This self-checking makes you look odd, constantly patting your own face, but looking odd is low on your list of concerns when dying is on the table. Difficulty breathing is the symptom that bypasses all ambiguity and goes straight to emergency. If you suddenly can't get enough air, or your throat feels like it's closing, or breathing becomes laboured, you're experiencing a serious reaction to something. This could be severe allergic response, which medieval medicine doesn't understand, or it could be poison directly affecting your respiratory system. Either way, you signal for help immediately. You've developed a hand gesture for "I'm choking and or dying," clutching your throat while making deliberate eye contact with someone in authority. It's less subtle than you'd prefer, but very effective at communicating distress when you can no longer speak. Confusion and mental fog are symptoms you have to infer from external evidence, because by definition, if you're confused, you might not realise you're confused. You've asked the servants to tell you if you start acting strangely, slurring words, forgetting things, behaving erratically. Several poisons affect mental state. Ergot causes hallucinations and delirium. Some mushrooms create profound confusion. Lead poisoning leads to cognitive impairment, though that's more chronic. You're particularly worried about these symptoms because if your brain goes before your body, you might not be able to warn anyone. You could be actively dying of poison while thinking everything is fine and cheerfully approving food that's killing you. Tremors are visible and therefore impossible to hide. When your hand starts shaking uncontrollably, everyone notices. Mercury causes tremors, so does strychnine, though that progresses to full convulsions pretty quickly. Extreme anxiety also causes shaking, which you experience daily, so you've had to learn the difference between "I'm nervous" tremors and "I'm poisoned" tremors. Poison tremors are more violent, uncontrollable, and often accompanied by muscle rigidity. Anxiety tremors you can usually stop by concentrating. Poison tremors you cannot. When your hands shake badly enough that you can't hold a spoon steady, you report it, even though half the time it's just stress and you look foolish. Unusual thirst is subtle but significant. Suddenly becoming extremely thirsty can indicate various poisonings, particularly those affecting kidney function or causing fluid loss. If you find yourself desperately wanting water after tasting something, beyond normal "I just ate salty food" thirst, it's worth noting. Some poisons create intense thirst as they begin damaging your organs. You've learned to pay attention to sudden, overwhelming thirst that seems disproportionate to what you've consumed. It saved you at least once when you realised the intense thirst following a particular wine wasn't normal and managed to purge before the poison fully took effect. Skin reactions are easier to spot. Rashes, hives, redness, unusual warmth or coolness. Your skin telegraphs problems. Some plant toxins cause contact dermatitis. Certain poisons create flushing or pallor. You've gotten in the habit of checking your hands and arms after tasting anything suspicious, looking for discoloration or texture changes. The other servants think you're vain, constantly examining yourself. You're not vain. You're trying to catch poison symptoms before they progress from treatable to start planning your funeral. Weakness and fatigue are so constant in your life that they've almost lost meaning as symptoms. You're always tired. The job is exhausting. Sleep is difficult. Nutrition is questionable. But poison weakness is different. Sudden, profound, like your muscles have stopped receiving signals from your brain. If you suddenly can't stand, or your limbs feel impossibly heavy, or you're overcome with the urge to lie down right now, that's not normal fatigue. That's your body shutting down. You've learned to distinguish between I'm tired and my body is failing, which is a depressing skill to have but a necessary one. The cruelest part of symptom recognition is that many symptoms could be either poison or just the normal degradation of your health from this job. Chronic low-level poison exposure creates baseline symptoms that mask acute poisoning. You're always slightly nauseous, always somewhat dizzy, always mildly unwell. Trying to detect new, dangerous symptoms against this background of constant mild suffering is like trying to hear a whisper in a room full of shouting. Sometimes you miss things because they're not different enough from your normal state. Sometimes you overreact to normal symptoms because you're so primed for danger. You've also learned that some symptoms take hours to appear, which means you might taste food, feel fine during the waiting period, approve the food, and then start dying later. Mushroom poisoning is notorious for this. Everything seems fine for 6 to 12 hours, then suddenly you're in organ failure. There's nothing you can do about delayed onset poisons except hope the dose was small enough that you consumed less than a lethal amount during tasting, or that the Lord's larger portion triggers symptoms in him first, so the physicians at least know what they're dealing with. It's not a comforting strategy. Your body has become a battlefield where you're trying to identify enemies among civilians. Every sensation is suspicious. Every feeling is potentially meaningful. You're simultaneously hypersensitive to symptoms and desensitized to suffering. It's a special kind of hell, being acutely aware of your body while also unable to trust it, knowing that any moment could be the start of your death, but also knowing that most moments are probably fine. Probably. You're not a physician, you're not a healer, you're just someone who's been poisoned enough times, or come close enough to recognize the warning signs. You're a walking catalogue of how dying begins, distinguished by symptom and speed. It's not expertise you wanted, but it's expertise you need. Because in your profession, the difference between I think I feel weird and I'm definitely poisoned is measured in minutes. And those minutes are the difference between raising an alarm that saves your Lord's life or becoming another cautionary tale about the dangers of eating medieval food. Your body has become an unreliable narrator telling a story where the ending might be your death. And you've learned to read between the lines. Not all dishes are equally dangerous. You learn quickly which foods are poison delivery systems. Wine? Classic choice. Dark and easy to hide things in. Mushroom dishes? Absolutely terrifying because poisonous mushrooms look exactly like regular ones until you're dying. Meat pies? Could have anything tucked inside. Sweet desserts? Arsenic has a slightly sweet taste, making honey cakes a favourite for murderers with a sense of irony. Basically, everything wants you dead. Let's start with wine. The undisputed champion of poison delivery, wine is dark, strongly flavoured, and alcoholic. 3 features that make it perfect for hiding poison. Red wine especially can mask the colour of dissolved substances, the strong taste of wine. Particularly the cheaper, more acidic varieties common in medieval times can cover bitter or metallic poison flavours, and the alcohol. It actually helps some poisons absorb faster into your bloodstream. Congratulations, the drink is working against you. Arsenic dissolves beautifully in wine. Hemlock extracts mix right in. Even ground glass can be stirred into wine without being visible in the dark liquid. Every time you're handed a goblet for tasting, you're essentially playing chemical roulette. You've developed a technique, Swirl it, sniff it carefully, take a small sip, hold it in your mouth, wait for any unusual tingling or burning, then swallow and pray. Wine tasting at noble feasts used to be considered sophisticated. Now it's just terrifying. Mushroom dishes are your personal nightmare. The problem with mushrooms is that toxic and edible varieties often look nearly identical. The deathcap mushroom, responsible for more poisoning deaths than any other fungus, looks like a perfectly normal mushroom. It even tastes fine, pleasant, slightly nutty, completely unthreatening. Then 6 to 12 hours later, your liver begins to fail and there's nothing anyone can do about it. When you see mushrooms in a dish, your heart rate spikes. You examine each piece closely as if you're a mushroom expert, which you're not. Nobody in the medieval period is really. The cooks insist they know which mushrooms are safe, but 3 different cooks have 3 different rules about mushroom identification, which doesn't inspire confidence. You taste mushroom dishes with extreme caution, knowing that even if you feel fine now, you might be dead tomorrow. The delayed symptoms make mushrooms especially dangerous because by the time you realise something's wrong, the Lord has probably already eaten his portion. At that point, you're both dying, which creates a terrible workplace situation. Meat pies are edible mystery boxes. The entire concept is troubling. Meat and other ingredients completely encased in pastry, where you can't see what's inside until you've already committed to eating it. Anything could be in there. Spoiled meat hiding beneath fresh meat, poison mixed into the gravy, toxic herbs ground up and incorporated into the filling. You have to break open the pie, examine the contents, smell it thoroughly, and taste it while accepting that you're consuming something you couldn't visually inspect. Medieval meat pies were often elaborate affairs with multiple types of meat, fruits, spices, and sauces all jumbled together. This complexity is great for flavour and terrible for poison detection. How do you identify one wrong ingredient among 12 legitimate ones? The answer is you can't, really. You just taste, wait, and hope your body tells you if something's wrong before it's too late. The pastry itself can hide discoloration or unusual textures, a poisoner's dream, a taster's nightmare. Sweet desserts are insidious because poison and sweetness go together like murder and medieval politics. Arsenic has a slightly sweet taste, which means it blends naturally into honeyed pastries, candied fruits, or sweet wine reductions. A skilled poisoner can dose a dessert with arsenic and the victim, or you, might not notice anything wrong. The sweetness masks the poison while the poison enhances the sweetness in a truly evil synergy. You approach all desserts with suspicion. Those beautiful honey cakes glazed with imported sugar. Potential death. Candied figs sent as a gift from a neighbouring lord. Suspicious death. Even simple sweetbread makes you nervous because medieval bakers sometimes used lead-based compounds to enhance whiteness and sweetness. You're not just looking for deliberate poisoning, you're also watching for accidental poisoning from cooking methods nobody realises are toxic. Dessert should be a treat. Instead, it's an anxiety attack in edible form. Stews and potages are dangerous because they're opaque. You can't see what's in there. It's just a thick, bubbling mixture of ingredients that could include literally anything. The cook says it's turnips, barley, and old mutton. But is it? Can you verify that? Not really. You taste it, and it tastes like every other pottage you've ever had. Vaguely earthy, aggressively salted, with an aftertaste of questionable decisions. If someone added a handful of toxic mushrooms or some ground-up nightshade leaves, would you notice? Maybe, maybe not. The texture and flavour of pottage are already so chaotic that additional chaos blends right in. Plus, pottages are communal dishes served from a central pot, which means if it's poisoned, it could kill multiple people. The stakes are higher, the pressure is worse, every spoonful is a gamble. Imported delicacies are suspicious by default. When exotic foods arrive from distant lands, preserved lemons from North Africa, dried fruits from the Levant, spices from the Indies, they're exciting for nobles and terrifying for you. You don't know what these foods are supposed to taste like. You have no baseline for normal. Is this expensive imported fruit supposed to taste slightly bitter and cause mild tingling? Or is that poison? You don't know. Nobody around you knows. The merchant who sold it has long since left. You're tasting blind, trying to detect poison in foods you've never encountered before. It's like taking a test in a language you don't speak. Sometimes imported foods are just naturally weird tasting. Sometimes they've been deliberately poisoned. You have no reliable way to tell the difference, so you err on the side of caution and look paranoid about figs. Sauces are liquid betrayal. Medieval nobles loved elaborate sauces, complex mixtures of wine, stock, spices, herbs and thickeners. These sauces often had strong, complicated flavours specifically designed to mask the taste of meat that was slightly past its prime. This strong flavour also masks poison beautifully. A sauce master can hide almost anything in a reduction that's already aggressively flavoured with garlic, vinegar, mustard and imported pepper. You taste sauces with particular care, letting them sit on your tongue, trying to identify any flavour that doesn't belong. But doesn't belong is relative when you're dealing with 17 ingredients you can't individually identify. The sauce master resents your scrutiny. You resent that his job is to create delicious flavour bombs that could also be actual bombs. Bread should be safe, right? Wrong. Bread can be contaminated with ergot, a fungus that grows on rye and causes convulsions, hallucinations, gangrene and death. Ergot poisoning, called St. Anthony's fire in medieval times, could affect entire villages when contaminated grain was milled into flour. As a taster, you're supposed to detect this, but ergot doesn't have a strong taste. Slightly bitter maybe, but so is regular rye bread. The real symptoms come later, much later, after the ergot alkaloids have had time to affect your nervous system. You examine bread carefully, looking for the small black ergot bodies that sometimes remain visible. You taste cautiously, alert for any unusual bitterness. But mostly, you just hope the grain supplier isn't negligent or murderous. Bread, the staff of life, is also potentially the staff of death. Even the basics aren't safe. Dairy products are questionable because milk spoils approximately 30 seconds after leaving the cow in medieval hygiene conditions. Cheese and butter last longer but can still harbour bacteria and toxins. You've learned to smell dairy products intensely before tasting them, looking for any signs of spoilage beyond the normal medieval dairy is always a little off baseline. But some poisons could be mixed into soft cheese or butter without detection. The creamy texture masks a lot. The strong flavour of aged cheese covers even more. You taste dairy carefully in small amounts, knowing that even without poison, medieval dairy products have a non-zero chance of making you sick. Add poison to the equation, and you're just asking for trouble. That expensive imported cheese from France might be poisoned. Might just be French cheese, which tastes weird anyway. No way to tell except to taste it and see if you die. Soups and broths are problematic because they're liquid and therefore easy to dose with poison. A few drops of something toxic in a large pot of soup stirred well, and everyone who eats it is at risk. You taste soups by taking a spoonful from different parts of the pot. Top, middle, bottom. Because you've learned that poison doesn't always mix evenly. Maybe the poisoner only dosed the top layer, figuring it would be served first. Maybe they dropped it in at the last second and it settled at the bottom. You don't know, so you taste multiple samples, which means consuming more potentially poisoned food. The more you eat, the greater your risk. But if you don't eat enough to get a representative sample, you might miss the poison entirely. There's no winning strategy, only varying degrees of losing. Eggs seem innocent but can be injected with poison using a hollow needle, then served to the unsuspecting noble at breakfast. This is rare. It requires planning and equipment. But it has happened. Now every time you see eggs, you inspect them for tiny puncture marks before they're cooked. The kitchen staff thinks you've lost your mind, examining eggs like they're precious jewels. But you've heard the stories. Eggs that looked perfect but contained death. The paranoia spreads to everything. Nothing is too innocent to be weaponized. If it goes in the Lord's mouth, it could kill him, which means you have to test it, which means it could kill you. The circle of suspicion includes even breakfast eggs, which feels excessive but also appropriate given medieval assassination tactics. Raw oysters and shellfish are luxury items that are also potential suicide. They spoil quickly. They can harbour natural toxins. They're impossible to cook thoroughly without ruining their prized texture. When fresh oysters arrive at the castle, you're expected to taste them first. Raw, potentially spoiled, possibly poisoned. You swallow them while making direct eye contact with death and hoping death blinks first. The nobles consider oysters a delicacy. You consider them a Russian roulette variant where 5 chambers have bullets and 1 has food poisoning. Basically, You've learned that any food can be a murder weapon with sufficient creativity. The most innocent-looking dishes are often the most dangerous because nobody suspects them. That's exactly why poisoners use them. You can't relax around any food. You can't trust any preparation. Every meal is a potential assassination attempt, and you're the first line of defense and the first casualty if that defense fails. The food's most likely to kill you. All of them. Every single one. Welcome to medieval dining, where the food is bad and also trying to murder you. Eventually it happens. You taste something and immediately know it's wrong. Maybe it's the bitter taste that shouldn't be there, or the strange tingling that starts on your tongue, or just a gut feeling that screams, "Spit this out right now." This is the moment your entire job has been building toward. Congratulations, you've just saved your employer's life. Now save your own. The first time it happens, you're tasting what should be a simple roasted venison dish. The meat looks fine, smells fine, and the first bite tastes fine. Then the second bite hits your tongue and something is wrong. Not spoiled meat wrong, not overcooked wrong, chemical wrong. There's a bitterness that doesn't belong, a slight metallic taste underneath the herbs and salt. Your mouth begins tingling in a way that pepper doesn't cause. Time slows down. You have maybe 3 seconds to decide. Swallow and wait to see if symptoms develop, or spit it out immediately and look like an idiot if you're wrong. You spit it out. Violently. All over the floor, much to the horror of everyone watching. Better to be embarrassed than dead, which is essentially your life motto at this point. Your heart is racing. Your hands shake as you set down the tasting spoon. "Don't serve this," you say, your voice steadier than you feel. "Something's wrong with the meat." The head cook's face goes from annoyed to pale in seconds. The steward steps forward, suddenly very interested. "Are you certain?" he asks. You nod, unable to speak because your tongue is going numb, and that's terrifying, but also validating because it means you were right. What follows is controlled chaos. The dish is immediately removed. A physician is summoned to examine you, even though medieval physicians can't do much besides observe and pray. The kitchen erupts into shouting as everyone tries to figure out what happened. Was it the meat, the seasoning, the sauce? Who prepared which component? Who had access to the dish before you tasted it? The investigation begins while you're still dealing with the fact that you just ate poison and might die from it. The physical experience of being actually poisoned, even a small amount, is different from the phantom symptoms you've imagined thousands of times. Your mouth is genuinely numb now. Not anxiety numb, but poison numb. Your lips feel thick and clumsy. There's a burning sensation in your throat that's progressing downward. Your stomach starts cramping. Not the "I ate too much" cramping, but sharp, angry pain that makes you double over. Someone brings you a bucket and you vomit enthusiastically, which is both horrible and possibly life-saving. Getting the poison out before it fully absorbs is your best chance at survival. The physician arrives and asks useless questions. "How do you feel?" Terrible, obviously. "What did the poison taste like?" Bitter and murdery. "Can you describe the sensation?" "My mouth is numb and my stomach feels like it's being stabbed from the inside." He nods sagely, as if this information is diagnostically useful, which it's not. Medieval medicine for poisoning consists of induce vomiting, already done, give them something to drink. They bring you wine, which seems counterproductive. Pray, everyone's doing this, and wait, always waiting. There's no antidote, there's no treatment, there's just survival or not. Meanwhile, the investigation intensifies. The venison is examined. Someone suggests feeding it to a dog to see if the animal shows symptoms, which you find darkly amusing since that's essentially your job, except the dog didn't volunteer. The cook who prepared the dish is interrogated aggressively. He swears he did nothing wrong, used only the ingredients provided, followed standard preparation. He's either innocent or an excellent liar. Other kitchen staff are questioned. Who delivered the venison? Where has it been stored? Who had access? The web of potential suspects is enormous because medieval kitchens are busy places where dozens of people have access to food at various stages. You're moved to a quiet corner to rest, which really means wait to see if you die. The numbness in your mouth is slowly fading, which is good. The stomach cramps are intense but not getting worse, also good. You're not experiencing difficulty breathing, convulsions, or other signs of severe poisoning. Whatever was in the meat, you didn't get a full dose, just enough to taste it and react. The small amount you consumed plus the immediate vomiting probably saved your life. You feel absolutely terrible, but you're likely to survive, which in medieval terms counts as a medical success. The Lord himself comes to see you, which is unusual and slightly touching. You detected it, he says, and there's genuine gratitude in his voice. You saved my life. You want to say something eloquent about duty and service, but you're too busy feeling like death, so you just nod. He promises you'll be rewarded, though you've learned that noble promises are like morning mist, substantial seeming but quick to evaporate. Still, it's nice to be appreciated, even if that appreciation comes from nearly dying on someone's behalf. The poison is eventually identified, or at least guessed at. Based on your symptoms and the taste you described, the physician believes it was monkshood, also called wolfsbane. Someone ground up the roots and mixed them into the sauce or possibly injected them directly into the meat. It's a deliberately cruel choice. Monkshood is intensely toxic, causes terrible suffering, and kills reliably. This wasn't a warning or a half-hearted attempt. Someone genuinely wanted the Lord dead and was willing to use one of the deadliest poisons available to make it happen. The next question is who? The investigation drags on for days. Kitchen staff are interrogated repeatedly. Servants are questioned. Visitors to the castle in recent weeks are reviewed. Everyone with a potential motive, which in medieval politics is basically everyone, becomes a suspect. Some people are tortured for confessions, which produces several confessions that are probably false, because torture makes people say whatever they think will stop the pain. 3 servants are eventually hanged based on circumstantial evidence and forced confessions. You're not sure they're guilty. You're not sure anyone is sure. But the Lord needs to demonstrate that justice has been served, so people die, and everyone pretends this solves the problem. You recover slowly. The numbness fades over a day. The stomach pain lingers for 3 days. You can't eat solid food for nearly a week without triggering nausea. Your body has been through trauma and needs time to heal. But you don't get much time because meals continue and someone needs to taste them. You're back at work within days, still weak, still recovering, but functional enough to resume your duties. There's no such thing as sick leave when you're a poison tester. If you can stand and swallow, you can work. The experience changes you. Before, the threat of poison was theoretical, something you prepared for but hadn't truly experienced. Now, it's visceral. You know exactly what poisoning feels like. The taste, the sensations, the fear, the pain. It makes you better at your job because you can identify that specific wrongness more quickly. It also makes you more paranoid because you've confirmed that people really are trying to kill the Lord, and by extension, you're just collateral damage in their murder plots. The other servants treat you differently afterward. Some with respect. You did your job and nearly died doing it. Others with unease. You're marked now, someone who's been poisoned and survived, which in medieval superstition makes you either cursed or blessed. Nobody's quite sure which. A few avoid you entirely, possibly out of guilt if they were involved in the plot, possibly just because you're a walking reminder that any of them could be next. The kitchen atmosphere becomes even more tense. Every dish is now scrutinised with heightened suspicion. The cooks are defensive and resentful, feeling like they're all under suspicion even though statistically, one or more of them probably was involved. You taste food with even more caution than before, hyper-alert to any hint of that bitter chemical taste. Every meal is exhausting because you're reliving that moment of realisation, that taste of wrongness, the decision to spit it out. Your employer increases security around food preparation. More guards watch the kitchen. Ingredients are locked up more carefully. The wine cellar gets additional locks. These measures make everyone feel safer, but are probably ineffective because determined poisoners are creative. If someone wants to kill the Lord badly enough, they'll find a way. Your job is to catch them in the act, with your tongue and your life as the detection mechanism. You have nightmares about the poisoning. You dream about tasting food and being unable to spit it out, forced to swallow, feeling the poison spread through your body while everyone watches. You wake up with your mouth dry, your heart racing, your stomach clenched. Sleep becomes difficult. Food becomes even more fraught with anxiety. You've crossed a threshold. You're no longer just afraid of being poisoned. You're afraid based on actual experience. You know what it's like, and you know you might have to experience it again. The reward the Lord promised arrives a week later. It's a slightly better sleeping spot and an extra loaf of bread per week. It's something which is more than most people get for nearly dying, but it's also disappointingly modest compensation for saving someone's life. You accept it graciously because complaining gets you nowhere, and being grateful keeps you employed. This is the economics of medieval service. Your life is worth slightly better bread and a corner with fewer drafts. Subsequent meals are a fresh kind of torture. Every bite reminds you of the poisoned venison. Every strong flavour makes you wonder if it's masking something sinister. Every slight tingling sends you into panic mode, even when it's just normal pepper or your imagination. You've been sensitized to danger in a way that makes the already stressful job nearly unbearable. But you continue because what else can you do? This is your employment. This is how you survive. Nearly dying is just part of the package. The poisoning attempt becomes a story people tell. Remember when the taster caught that wolfsbane in the venison? Saved the Lord's life, he did. You're briefly famous in the castle, which is uncomfortable because fame means attention, and attention means people watching you more closely. You prefer being invisible. Invisible people don't get targeted, but now you're the taster who successfully detected a real assassination attempt, which makes you either an obstacle to be removed or a valuable asset to be protected, depending on who's doing the evaluation. Months later, you still think about it. That moment of wrongness. The decision to spit instead of swallow. The hours of uncertainty that followed. It was your job working exactly as intended. You detected poison, raised the alarm, probably saved the Lord's life. But succeeding at your job nearly killed you, which is a special kind of occupational irony. You did everything right and your reward was suffering. When someone actually tries to poison the food, you discover that all your preparation, all your paranoia, all your careful tasting was justified. You weren't crazy. You weren't overreacting. There really were people trying to murder your employer, and you really were the only thing stopping them. It's validating and terrifying in equal measure. You were right to be afraid, and you'll be afraid every meal for the rest of your career, which probably won't be long because eventually someone's going to get past your defences. You saved a life, you nearly lost yours, and tomorrow you'll do it all again. Medieval medicine being what it is, basically wishful thinking with herbs. The treatment for poisoning is almost as bad as the poison itself. If you're lucky, they'll make you vomit using some horrible concoction that tastes like Satan's bathwater. If you're unlucky, they'll try bloodletting, which definitely won't help but might kill you faster. Either way, you're spending the next few days wondering if the cure is actually worse than the crime. The physician arrives with his bag of medieval medical horrors and an expression that suggests he's seen this before and it rarely ends well. He's wearing robes that haven't been washed since the previous century and carrying implements that look more like torture devices than medical instruments. This is the man responsible for saving your life. You're already regretting surviving the initial poisoning. First comes the induced vomiting, which you've already started on your own but apparently not thoroughly enough. The physician produces a mixture that he claims will purge the evil humours from your body. It's made from mustard seed, warm water, and what smells like fermented despair. You're forced to drink an entire cup of this mixture while everyone watches. It tastes exactly as bad as you imagined. Bitter, burning, with an aftertaste that makes you want to vomit, which is the point. Within minutes, you're heaving into a bucket again, producing absolutely nothing because you've already emptied your stomach, but your body keeps trying anyway. The dry heaving is worse than actual vomiting. Your abdominal muscles cramp, your throat burns, tears stream down your face. The physician nods approvingly. Good, good. The poison is leaving the body. The poison left an hour ago. Now you're just suffering for medical theatre. Once you've finished vomiting everything, including possibly some internal organs, the physician moves on to his next treatment, a purgative. Because apparently emptying your stomach wasn't enough. Now your bowels must also be evacuated. He produces a drink made from senna leaves, which are a powerful laxative. Drink this, he commands. The poison may have reached your lower humours. You drink it because refusing medical treatment is considered foolish and possibly sinful. Within an hour, you're experiencing the medieval equivalent of food poisoning, except you haven't eaten anything. You spend the next several hours intimately acquainted with the castle's privy facilities, which are holes in the ground with no comfort, no privacy, and no dignity. The physician checks on you periodically, nodding with satisfaction at your suffering. The treatment is working, he announces. You're not convinced that working is the right word for this experience. After you've been purged from both ends, the physician decides it's time for bloodletting. The theory, as he explains it, is that poison heats the blood and causes an imbalance in your humours. Removing some blood will cool your system and restore balance. This theory is completely wrong, but nobody knows that yet. You're too weak to protest as he prepares his lancet, a small sharp blade designed specifically for cutting into veins. He ties a cord around your upper arm to make the vein more prominent, then makes a small incision in the crook of your elbow. Blood flows out into a bowl. Dark red, perfectly healthy blood that your body needs to, live. The physician watches the blood drain with professional interest, occasionally checking your pulse and examining your complexion. The blood is too dark, he announces. This confirms the poisoning. We must remove more. You want to argue that your blood is dark because all blood is dark, but you're too light-headed to form coherent arguments. He takes what looks like a pint of blood, maybe more. In your already weakened state from vomiting, purging, and the actual poison, this blood loss makes you dizzy and faint. You're helped to a bed, where you lie down feeling like a squeezed-out dish rag. The physician pronounces the bloodletting a success. You're not dead, which apparently counts as success in medieval medicine. He bandages your arm with cloth that's been used before and probably isn't very clean, creating a fresh infection risk. Because what your poisoned, weakened body needs is sepsis to complete the experience. But wait, there's more. The physician isn't done with you yet. He produces a jar of leeches. These will draw out any remaining poison, he explains, which is not how leeches work, but again, nobody knows that. He places several leeches on your arm, neck, and chest. You watch in horrified fascination as they attach and begin feeding. They're slimy, cold, and disturbingly enthusiastic about drinking your blood. The sensation is deeply unpleasant. Not painful exactly, but wrong. These creatures are taking your blood and there's nothing you can do about it. After they've gorged themselves fat on your life essence, the physician removes them, and you're bleeding again from multiple small wounds. He applies some sort of poultice to stop the bleeding, made from herbs and cobwebs. Yes, cobwebs. Medieval medicine considered spiderwebs useful for clotting. You're too exhausted to care anymore. Next comes the dietary treatment. For the next several days, you're forbidden from eating solid food. You're given only broth. Thin, weak broth made from boiled bones and water. No flavour, no substance. Just hot liquid to keep your strength up, while also ensuring you remain weak and miserable. You're desperately hungry. Your body's trying to recover from poisoning, blood loss, and aggressive medical intervention, and it's being given the nutritional equivalent of slightly dirty water. The physician insists this is necessary. Solid food will aggravate the imbalance, he claims. You're pretty sure solid food would actually help you recover, but you're not the one with medical training such as it is. Herbal treatments are administered with enthusiastic frequency. You're given various tinctures and teas made from ingredients like milk thistle, which actually might help your liver, and random other plants chosen based on medieval medical theory rather than actual effectiveness. Some of these herbs taste bitter. Some taste like concentrated grass. One tastes like what you imagine drinking a swamp would be like. You're told to drink them all, multiple times per day, because more treatment must be better treatment. Your mouth becomes a graveyard of terrible flavours. You start to lose the ability to distinguish between poison taste and medicine taste, which seems problematic for someone whose job is detecting poison. The physician also applies poultices to your stomach to draw out the toxins. These are mixtures of herbs, mud, and other substances wrapped in cloth and placed on your abdomen. They're cold, wet, and uncomfortable. They do absolutely nothing except make you cold and uncomfortable, but they stay on for hours because medieval medicine believes in commitment to useless treatments. The poultices start to smell after a while, adding olfactory offence to physical discomfort. Prayer is prescribed as vigorously as any medicine. A priest is brought to your bedside to pray over you and offer last rites just in case. This is not reassuring. Having someone perform the religious rituals normally reserved for the dying doesn't inspire confidence in your recovery. The priest sprinkles holy water, chants in Latin, and gives you a very serious look that suggests he's already written you off. You're not dead yet, but he's preparing for that eventuality. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Father. You're also given Theriac, a supposed universal antidote that's been popular since ancient times. It's a complex mixture containing dozens of ingredients including opium, which actually does help with pain, and viper flesh, which definitely doesn't help with anything. The preparation tastes foul and cost a fortune, which is why it's considered effective. Surely something this expensive must work. It doesn't, really, but the opium at least makes you care less about your suffering, which is almost as good as actual relief. You spend several hours in a pleasant fog where you're still in pain, but it's happening to someone else, someone far away who you don't care about very much. The recovery room itself is a health hazard. Medieval understanding of hygiene is minimal. The windows are kept closed because fresh air is considered dangerous for sick people. The room becomes stuffy, hot, and filled with the smells of sick person, old bandages and herbal poultices. The sheets on your bed haven't been changed and won't be. You're lying in your own sweat and various medical fluids, marinating in an environment that's probably making you sicker than the poison did. But this is standard medieval medical care. Closed windows, dirty bandages, questionable fluids, and hope. Other patients might be treated in the same room if space is limited. You could be recovering from poisoning next to someone dying of plague, someone recovering from a sword wound, and someone with a mysterious fever. Cross-contamination isn't a concept anyone worries about. If you survive the poison and the treatment but catch something else from your roommate, well, that's just bad luck. Medieval hospitals and sick rooms are excellent places to acquire new illnesses while treating existing ones. The physician visits daily to check your progress, which involves looking at your tongue, feeling your pulse, examining your urine. Yes, medieval physicians were very interested in urine and making pronouncements about your humours. The black bile is decreasing, he might say, based on absolutely no evidence. Or the yellow bile is still excessive, which explains nothing and helps less. You nod along because disagreeing with your physician seems unwise when you're completely at his mercy. He's keeping you alive, probably, unless his treatments are actually killing you, which is a distinct possibility you try not to think about. After 3 days of this aggressive medical intervention, you're actually feeling worse than you did right after the poisoning. You're weak from blood loss, dehydrated from the purging, malnourished from the liquid diet, and covered in leech bites that itch terribly. Your arm where they took blood is sore and slightly inflamed. Your stomach is cramping from the laxatives. Your mouth tastes like an herb garden died in it. But the physician is pleased with your progress. The crisis has passed, he announces. Your humours are returning to balance. You're alive, which you suppose counts as success, though you're not entirely sure your survival is due to the treatment rather than in spite of it. Eventually, after nearly a week, you're allowed to eat solid food again and leave your sick bed. You're weak, unsteady, and approximately 10 pounds lighter than before the poisoning. You look like death warmed over, but you're mobile enough to resume your duties, which is all that matters in the medieval employment system. There's no extended recovery period, there's no physical therapy, there's just, can you stand and taste food? And if the answer is yes, you're back to work. The experience has taught you an important lesson. Being poisoned is terrible, but being treated for poisoning is also terrible in different but equally unpleasant ways. You're not sure which is worse, the numbness and cramping from the actual poison, or the days of vomiting, purging, bloodletting, and herbal torture that followed. It's a close call. Both nearly killed you. Both made you question your life choices. Your fellow servants are sympathetic but not surprised. This is what happens when you detect poison. You survive the poison only to be enthusiastically treated to death by medieval medicine. At least you didn't need surgery, one servant offers helpfully. Medieval surgery being what it is, amputation with dirty sores and no anaesthesia, you're grateful your poisoning didn't require cutting anything off. Small mercies. You return to the kitchen pale, weak and traumatised by both poison and cure. The cooks eye you warily. You're living proof that poisoning attempts are real and that survival is possible but unpleasant. You're also walking advertisement for why nobody should want your job. You look like you've been through a war, which in a way you have. A war against poison, fought with questionable weapons and dubious allies, on a battlefield of your own body. The next time you taste food, you hesitate for just a moment, remembering not just the poison, but everything that came after. Then you take the bite anyway, because this is your job, and medieval medicine being what it is, You'll probably survive it. Probably. You'd think that after saving your lord's life from certain death, you'd be rewarded handsomely. A bag of coins, maybe a better room, at least a thank you. Instead, you get a curt nod and a reminder to be at breakfast early tomorrow. Because in the medieval world, doing your job isn't heroic, it's expected. And if you die doing it, well, that's what you were hired for. Expectations were low and somehow you still didn't meet them. The day after you detect the poisoned venison and spend 3 days recovering from both the poison and the aggressive medical treatment, you're summoned to see the Lord. Your heart lifts slightly. Maybe this is it. Maybe he'll acknowledge what you did, express genuine gratitude, offer meaningful compensation. You've literally saved his life. That has to be worth something, right? You straighten your tunic, which is still stained from the vomiting incident, and present yourself in the great hall. The Lord is eating breakfast, food you tasted an hour ago after dragging yourself from your sick bed because apparently nearly died last week. Doesn't qualify as a valid excuse for missing work. He glances up as you approach, chewing a piece of bread. "Ah, the taster," he says, as if he's just remembered you exist. "You detected the poison in the meat. Well done." You wait for more. Surely there's more. He takes another bite of bread. "That will be all. Don't be late for dinner tasting. That's it. That's the entire acknowledgement. You saved his life and got a well done that carried roughly the same enthusiasm as if you'd successfully swept the floor." You stand there for a moment, waiting to see if he's joking or if more is coming. Nothing comes. He's already turned his attention to a document on the table, discussing land disputes with an advisor. You've been dismissed without ceremony, compensation, or even extended eye contact. You shuffle out of the hall feeling somehow more worthless than before. At least when you thought you might die from the poison, you had a sense of purpose. Now you're just the servant who did what he was hired to do and shouldn't expect applause for basic job performance. Later that day, the steward informs you of your reward. You're being given an extra blanket for your sleeping quarters and permission to eat slightly better bread for the next month. Not forever, just 1 month. The blanket isn't new. It's been repurposed from somewhere else and has mysterious stains that you try not to examine too closely. The bread is marginally less terrible than the usual servant bread, which means it only tastes like sadness instead of despair. This is your compensation for nearly dying. You're expected to be grateful. You force a smile and thank the steward, because showing ingratitude might get your reward revoked. The other servants congratulate you on your incredible fortune. "A whole extra blanket," one says with genuine envy, which tells you how low the standards are for everyone. "Better bread for a month," another exclaims, as if you've won the medieval lottery. You realise that by castle standards, this actually is a generous reward. Most people who save the Lord's life get nothing at all except continued employment. You're doing better than average, which is damning commentary on the system. What's particularly galling is watching how the Lord treats other people. A visiting knight who fought competently in some minor skirmish gets a horse, new armour, and a small land grant. A nobleman who provided soldiers for a campaign receives a feast in his honour. The court musician who played a song the Lord enjoyed gets a new instrument and a purse of silver. These people didn't save his life. They just did things he found pleasant or useful. But they're nobility, or at least gentry, so their contributions matter. You're a servant. Your life-saving is just labour, worth slightly better bread. The cruel irony is that preventing the Lord's death is worth less than entertaining him. If you'd juggled well or sung a pleasant song, you might have got an actual coin. But detecting poison with your tongue and nearly dying from it, that's just your job description. Nobody pays extra for people doing exactly what they were hired for, no matter how dangerous or life-saving that job is. It's like being a firefighter who saves someone from a burning building and being told, "Yes, that's literally what firefighting is. Here's a slightly better hose." You also notice that the Lord doesn't change his behaviour after the assassination attempt. He's not more cautious. He's not nicer to you. He doesn't seem particularly traumatised by the knowledge that someone close enough to access his kitchen wants him dead. He just continues living exactly as before, secure in the knowledge that you'll keep tasting his food and absorbing any future poison attempts. Your existence as a buffer between him and death makes him comfortable enough to ignore the danger. Your value is in being expendable. A week later, the Lord is annoyed with you for being too slow in tasting his dinner. you're still recovering. Your stomach is sensitive, you're weak from blood loss, and some foods trigger nausea from the poisoning incident. But he doesn't care about your medical situation. He's hungry, and you're delaying his meal with your excessive caution. "Can't you taste faster?" he asks irritably. This is the same man whose life you saved. The gratitude lasted approximately 6 days before reverting to baseline annoyance at your existence. You hear through castle gossip that the Lord did tell the story of the poisoning attempt at a feast with other nobles. He described how his taster detected the poison and saved his life, making himself sound clever for having employed such a vigilant servant. He got social credit for your near-death experience. You got a blanket. The mathematics of medieval appreciation don't favour you. The other nobles at that feast apparently asked how he rewarded such loyalty. The Lord responded that you received appropriate compensation for your station. This is technically true. A blanket and temporary better bread is probably standard reward for a servant doing their job successfully. But it's also deeply insulting when you consider the alternative was him dying, and you possibly also dying. The phrase appropriate compensation is doing heavy lifting here, carrying the weight of an entire class system that values noble lives infinitely more than servant lives. Your relationship with the Lord doesn't deepen into personal connection or loyalty after saving his life. He doesn't start asking about your well-being or remembering your name more reliably. You're still the taster, or sometimes that fellow who tastes the food. You're a function, not a person. The poisoning incident changed nothing about his perception of you. If anything, he is now more confident in your abilities, which means more pressure and higher expectations without corresponding increase in compensation or respect. Some of your fellow servants think you're being ungrateful. You got a blanket, they remind you. The last taster who caught poison got nothing. This is probably true. You're supposedly lucky. But lucky feels like the wrong word for nearly dying, getting aggressively mistreated by medieval medicine, and receiving a used blanket as thanks. Lucky would be not being a poison tester at all. This is just slightly less unlucky than alternatives. The kitchen staff treats you with a mixture of respect and resentment after the incident. Respect because you did your job well. Resentment because your success meant multiple servants were interrogated. Some were tortured, and 3 were hanged. Your competence had consequences for others. The Lord may not appreciate you, but the kitchen staff blames you for the investigations that followed. You can't win. Doing your job poorly means you fail and possibly die. Doing it well means you make enemies. There's no version of success that results in universal appreciation. You fantasize sometimes about what you'd do with real compensation. A bag of gold coins could buy your freedom from this job. Enough money to set up a small trade somewhere, maybe as a baker in a town where nobody tries to poison the bread. A land grant, even a tiny one, could mean agricultural independence, growing turnips for yourself instead of tasting potentially fatal soup for someone else. But these fantasies are pointless. Medieval social mobility is approximately 0 for people of your class. You're a poison taster because you're poor and powerless, and you'll stay a poison taster until you die, because saving a noble's life doesn't elevate you. It just proves you're good at being expendable. The Lord's lack of gratitude extends to your working conditions. After the poisoning, you might expect increased security, better ingredients, more staff to monitor food preparation. Instead, nothing changes. The kitchen operates exactly as before. Same access points, same number of people with opportunity to poison food, same vulnerabilities. Your near-death experience didn't motivate any structural improvements because improving things cost money, and why spend money when you already have a working solution? That solution is you, tasting food and taking the risks so nobody else has to change anything. What really drives home your lack of value is the speed with which everyone moves on. Within 2 weeks, the poisoning is old news. Nobody talks about it anymore. The hanged servants are forgotten. Your recovery is irrelevant. The whole incident is just another episode in castle life, no more remarkable than a broken cart or a leaky roof. Life and death drama becomes mundane when it's experienced by people who don't matter to the powerful. You overhear the Lord joking about the poisoning at dinner one evening. He's entertaining guests with the story, describing the taster's reaction when the poison was detected. He mimics your spitting out the food, your shock, your fear, all for laughs. The nobles find this hilarious. Your trauma is dinner theatre, your near-death is an amusing anecdote, and you're standing in the corner, waiting to taste the next course, listening to your suffering being used as entertainment. The Lord doesn't notice or care that you can hear him. Servants aren't really people in these moments. You're furniture with feelings, and the feelings don't matter. The promised better bread runs out after exactly 1 month, as specified. Nobody extends this benefit. Nobody suggests making it permanent. On day 31, you're back to regular servant bread, hard, gritty, occasionally inhabited by things that aren't wheat. The brief taste of slightly better food makes the return to standard rations more depressing. You got a glimpse of minor comfort, and then had it taken away on schedule, which is somehow worse than never having it at all. You consider saying something, asking for better treatment, requesting more compensation, explaining that you risked your life and deserve more than temporary better bread. But who would you tell? The Lord doesn't care. The steward follows the Lord's orders. There's no complaint department for disgruntled servants. Speaking up would mark you as ungrateful, troublesome, potentially disloyal. In the medieval service economy, employees don't negotiate. They accept what they're given and feel fortunate it's not worse. The most depressing realization is that this is as good as it gets. You've done your job perfectly, detected poison, saved the Lord's life, survived the treatment, recovered, and continued working. This is your ceiling. Maximum success in your profession earns a blanket and temporary better bread. There's no higher achievement possible. You can't do your job better than successfully preventing an assassination. And if preventing an assassination is worth 1 blanket, what's any regular day worth? The math suggests your daily value is measured in fractions of blankets, which is too depressing to calculate. You continue showing up to work every day, tasting food, monitoring for poison, protecting a man who sees you as a useful object. The lack of gratitude stings less over time, not because you become appreciated, but because you stop expecting appreciation. You adjust your expectations downward to match reality. You're not a hero, you're not valued, you're a poison detector who happens to be human. The sooner you accept this, the less disappointed you'll be. At night, wrapped in your slightly used reward blanket, you wonder if you made a difference. You saved a life. That should matter. But in the grand calculus of medieval power, 1 lord's life was preserved, and 1 servant nearly died in the process, and the balance of the world remained unchanged. You did something objectively good and important. The reward was a blanket. This is the medieval service industry. This is your job. This is your thanks. Tomorrow you'll taste breakfast, and the day after, and the day after that. Not because you're appreciated, because you're employed, and in 1247, that has to be enough. Here's something nobody tells you about being a poison tester. Even when the food isn't outright poisoned, it's still slowly killing you. Medieval food preservation involved salt, smoke, and hope. Meat was often half rotten. Grain could be contaminated with ergot, a fungus that causes hallucinations and gangrene. Even fresh food was suspect. Over time, you're accumulating a cocktail of toxins that would make a modern health inspector weep. Your body is basically a Superfund site. The first thing you notice is the constant stomach problems. Not the acute, I've been poisoned stomach pain, but a low-grade, persistent discomfort that becomes your baseline. Your digestion hasn't functioned normally in months. You're either constipated from the constant salt intake, or dealing with the opposite problem from slightly spoiled food. There's no middle ground. Your stomach gurgles continuously like it's trying to communicate in Morse code, probably spelling out, "Please stop eating this garbage." You've developed a relationship with the castle privy that's far more intimate than you'd prefer. The meat you taste daily is preserved with enough salt to mummify a pharaoh. This is necessary because refrigeration won't be invented for another 600 years, and meat spoils enthusiastically in medieval conditions. But the salt intake is destroying your body slowly. Your blood pressure, though nobody can measure it, is probably through the roof. You retain water constantly, making your hands and feet swell. You're perpetually thirsty, drinking water that's only marginally cleaner than the Thames, which creates its own health problems. The cycle is vicious. Eat salt. Get thirsty. Drink questionable water. get mild dysentery. Repeat. Your kidneys are working overtime and starting to file complaints in the form of lower back pain that never goes away. Then there's the lead. Lead is everywhere in medieval food preparation. Wine is stored in lead-lined vessels because lead makes wine taste sweeter. Ceramic glazes contain lead. Some cooking pots are lead-based. Water pipes, where they exist, are lead. You're consuming small amounts of lead with almost every meal, and lead accumulates in your body like the world's worst savings account. The effects are subtle at first. Mild headaches, slight tremors in your hands, occasional memory lapses. You forget words mid-sentence sometimes. You'll be talking to someone and suddenly can't remember what you were saying. Was that the lead poisoning or just stress? Impossible to tell. But over time, the symptoms intensify. Your hands shake more noticeably. Your thinking gets fuzzy. You have mood swings that range from irritable to furious with no stops in between. This is chronic lead poisoning, and it's shortening your life with every sweetened wine you taste. The ergot situation is particularly nightmarish. Ergot is a fungus that grows on rye and other grains, especially in wet growing seasons. It contains alkaloids that are toxic and hallucinogenic. Centuries later, these compounds will be used to synthesize LSD, but in medieval times, they just caused something called St. Anthony's fire. Low-level ergot exposure causes tingling in your extremities, muscle spasms and occasional mild hallucinations. You've experienced all of these. Sometimes your fingers tingle for no reason. Sometimes you see movement in your peripheral vision that isn't there. Sometimes you have vivid, unsettling dreams that feel more real than reality. Is this ergot poisoning from contaminated grain, or is it just your brain responding to chronic stress and malnutrition? Again, impossible to distinguish. The scarier symptoms of ergot, gangrene in your fingers and toes, haven't appeared yet, but you check your extremities daily with mounting paranoia. Mercury exposure is another slow-building problem. Mercury compounds are used in some medicines and occasionally show up in food preservation attempts. You've tasted multiple dishes that you suspect contain small amounts of mercury over the months. The accumulation causes tremors. You've got those. Insomnia. Definitely have that. And personality changes. You've become more irritable, more paranoid, more prone to emotional outbursts. Your fellow servants have noticed. You're different than when you started, one said carefully. More hostile, she meant. More unpredictable. But is that mercury poisoning or just the natural result of living in constant fear of death? The symptoms overlap too much to separate cause from effect. The mold situation is constant. Medieval food storage is damp, dark, and perfect for mold growth. Bread gets moldy within days. Cheese is supposed to be moldy, but sometimes it's the wrong kind of moldy. Dried fruits and nuts harbour molds that produce mycotoxins. You're ingesting these toxins regularly in small amounts. Some mycotoxins cause liver damage. Others are carcinogenic, though cancer won't be understood for centuries. You just know that your liver area hurts sometimes, a dull ache that comes and goes. Your skin has developed a yellowish tinge that the physician says indicates an imbalance of yellow bile, but is probably actually liver dysfunction from chronic toxin exposure. Parasites are another gift that keeps on giving. Medieval food hygiene is essentially non-existent. Meat is often contaminated with parasite eggs. Water sources have parasites. Unwashed vegetables carry parasites. You've definitely got intestinal parasites. Everyone does. But as a food taster sampling everything, you've probably got a diverse collection. Tapeworms, roundworms, various microscopic passengers hitching a ride through your digestive system. They're stealing nutrients, causing inflammation, and contributing to your overall decline. You're malnourished despite eating portions of every meal because the parasites are eating their share first. Weight loss is gradual but noticeable. Your ribs are becoming visible. Your face is gaunt. You're being consumed from the inside by organisms you can't see and medieval medicine can't treat. The cumulative effect of all these low-level toxins is that you're aging rapidly. You're maybe 25 years old, but you feel 50. Your joints ache constantly, probably from a combination of poor nutrition, chronic inflammation, and possibly heavy metal accumulation in your tissues. Your hair is thinning and greying prematurely. Your teeth are loose and painful, partly from poor nutrition, but also from the corrosive effects of frequent vomiting. During poison detection training and actual poisoning incidents, Your skin looks greyish and unhealthy. Dark circles under your eyes have become permanent features. You look like a medieval poster child for why this job has high turnover. Sleep is increasingly difficult. The toxins affect your nervous system, making you jittery and anxious even when you're exhausted. Mercury affects sleep cycles. Lead causes insomnia. Stress hormones from constant fear keep you in a state of hypervigilance. You lie awake at night, your mind racing, your body twitching, unable to achieve the deep rest you desperately need. This sleep deprivation compounds every other problem. Your immune system is compromised. Your cognitive function declines. Your emotional regulation fails. You're running on fumes, and the fumes are toxic. Your immune system is losing the long war of attrition. Constant exposure to foodborne pathogens, environmental toxins, and the stress of your job has worn down your body's defences. You catch every illness that circulates through the castle. A cold that makes others miserable for a few days keeps you sick for weeks. Minor cuts and scrapes take forever to heal, and often become infected. You're vulnerable in ways that someone your age shouldn't be. Your body is older than your years, damaged by accumulated insults it can't fully repair. The cognitive effects are perhaps the most disturbing. Your memory isn't what it was. You forget things, appointments, names, conversations. You'll be mid-task and forget what you were doing. This is partly stress, partly sleep deprivation, but also probably heavy metal accumulation affecting your brain tissue. Lead specifically causes cognitive decline. Mercury affects memory and concentration. You're experiencing both, and you're young enough that this decline is terrifying. Will you be able to do your job in a year? In 5 years? Or will your brain deteriorate to the point where you can no longer detect poison reliably, at which point you're useless and will be replaced? Your coordination has suffered. The tremors in your hands make fine motor tasks difficult. You drop things occasionally. Your handwriting, never great, has become nearly illegible. Again, multiple potential causes: mercury, lead, nerve damage from chronic poisoning, malnutrition. But the effect is the same. Your body is becoming unreliable, less responsive to your intentions. You're losing the precise control that might be important in a crisis. Emotionally, you're deteriorating. Depression is common, though medieval people don't have that word. They'd call it melancholy or an excess of black bile. Everything seems hopeless. You have no energy for anything beyond the bare minimum required for survival. Joy is a distant memory. Even fear has become dull and routine rather than acute. This emotional flattening is partly circumstantial. Your life is objectively terrible, but it's also probably biochemical. Chronic toxin exposure affects neurotransmitters. Malnutrition affects mood. Sleep deprivation causes depression. You're trapped in a body that's slowly failing, and a mind that's dimming like a candle running out of wax. The worst part is knowing that this is irreversible. Modern medicine could potentially collate the heavy metals, treat the parasites, address the organ damage, but you live in 1247. There is no treatment, there's no recovery. The damage accumulates daily, and the trajectory is one way toward decline. Every meal you taste adds to the toxic load. Every day is another small step toward organ failure, neurological damage, or systemic collapse. You compare yourself to other poison testers you've heard about, the ones who lasted years in the job. According to rumours, they all developed similar symptoms: tremors, memory loss, personality changes, premature aging. One reportedly went completely mad, raving about demons in the food. Another became so physically debilitated he couldn't work and was dismissed to die in poverty. None of them recovered. None of them got better. The job has a 100% casualty rate. It just varies in how long it takes. Some days you catalogue your symptoms like you're documenting your own slow murder. Tremor in left hand, worse this week. Memory lapses, 3 incidents today. Stomach pain, constant, about a 6 out of 10. Strange taste in mouth, metallic, persistent. It's morbidly fascinating to watch your own decline, to witness your body betraying you bit by bit. You're a case study in chronic occupational poisoning, except there's no one studying you and no medical literature to record your experience. You'll just be another taster who died young, and the next person will start accumulating the same toxins without anyone warning them what to expect. The irony is that you're good at detecting acute poisoning but helpless against chronic poisoning. You can taste deliberate murder in a sauce, but you can't taste the slow accumulation of lead, mercury, mold toxins and parasites that are killing you just as surely. The dramatic poisoning attempts are less dangerous than the daily grind of consuming medieval food. If the assassins just left you alone, the food itself would kill you eventually. They just need patience. Your body has become a testament to the horrors of medieval food safety, or lack thereof. You're walking evidence of why food regulations matter, why clean water matters, why understanding foodborne illness matters. But none of these concepts exist yet. You're suffering from problems that won't be understood or solved for centuries. And in the meantime, you're a human repository for every toxin, pathogen and contaminant that medieval cuisine can offer. Every morning you wake up feeling slightly worse than the day before. The decline is so gradual it's almost imperceptible day to day. But when you think back to how you felt 6 months ago, the difference is stark. You were healthier, stronger, sharper. Now you're a faded copy of yourself, and the fading continues. There's no stopping it, no reversing it, only managing the decline and hoping you die of something acute before the chronic poisoning reduces you to a trembling, confused shell who can't remember his own name. This is the hidden cost of being a poison tester. Not the dramatic near-death experiences that everyone hears about, but the slow, inevitable destruction of your health by the very food you're trying to keep safe. You're not just risking death with every meal, you're accepting it, bite by bite, day by day, until your body gives out entirely, and tomorrow you'll taste breakfast. Because what else can you do? Some paranoid nobles don't trust just one poison tester. They hire two, making you taste the same food separately to see if your reactions match. This creates an awkward work relationship. You're not exactly colleagues, you're redundancies. If one of you dies and the other doesn't, someone's getting fired or executed. It's hard to build workplace camaraderie when you're both praying the other person drops dead first just to prove the food was poisoned. His name is Edmund, and you hate him on principle. Not because he's done anything to you personally, he hasn't, but because his existence implies that you're not good enough alone. If you were a competent poison tester, there would be no need for Edmund. But here he is, tasting the same wine you just tasted, standing 3 feet away, performing the same job with the same risks. The Lord watches both of you like a man comparing horses at a market, waiting to see which one collapses first. It's degrading for everyone involved, but mostly for you and Edmund, who have to maintain professional dignity while essentially competing to see who dies first. The system works like this. You taste a dish in the kitchen, then Edmund tastes from the same dish. You're kept separate during the tasting so you can't influence each other's reactions. Then you're both brought before the steward to report your findings independently. If you both say the food is safe, it's served. If you both say something's wrong, the food is destroyed and investigated. But if you disagree, if one of you approves the food and the other doesn't, that's when things get complicated and accusatory. Someone is wrong, which means someone is either incompetent or lying. Neither option leads anywhere good. Edmund is younger than you, maybe 22, and annoyingly healthy looking despite doing the same job. He doesn't have your tremors or your premature grey hair or your gaunt poisoned appearance. This makes you irrationally angry. How dare he look well-fed and rested while you're falling apart? The logical explanation is that he's newer to the job and hasn't accumulated as much toxic damage yet. But your brain, addled by lead and mercury, prefers to believe he's somehow getting better food or working less hard. The resentment builds every time you see his relatively unmarred face. The competition between you is unspoken but constant. Who can taste food faster without sacrificing accuracy? Who detects subtle off flavours more reliably? Who has survived more actual poisoning attempts? You've caught 3 confirmed poisonings in your tenure. Edmund has caught 2, and he won't let you forget that he's catching up. Every time he successfully identifies contaminated food, you feel a twist of anxiety. He's proving himself valuable, which makes you relatively less valuable. In a system where job security is measured by irreplaceability, having a backup taster is existentially threatening. The worst part is that you can't fully celebrate when Edmund is right about poison, because his success highlights that poison attempts are ongoing, and you're both in constant danger. But you also can't celebrate when he's wrong, because that means he approved food that shouldn't have been approved, which endangers everyone. There's no winning scenario. You're locked in a weird dynamic where his competence threatens you, but his incompetence threatens everyone, including you. It's psychologically exhausting. The steward occasionally plays you against each other, probably deliberately. Edmund detected the off-taste in the pork yesterday. You approved it. Care to explain? The pork was fine. Edmund was being overly cautious, but now you have to defend your judgment while looking incompetent by comparison. Or vice versa. You rejected the fish sauce, but Edmund approved it. The Lord ate it and is perfectly fine. Are you wasting food with false alarms? You were being appropriately cautious, but now you look paranoid and expensive. There's no way to win these comparisons. Someone always looks bad. Edmund has developed his own tasting technique that differs from yours, which creates philosophical debates about methodology. He insists on swirling food in his mouth for exactly 30 seconds before swallowing. You think this is performative nonsense. If something's poisoned, you'll know immediately. He argues that subtle poisons take time to register on the palate. You argue back that holding potentially poisoned food in your mouth for 30 seconds just means more toxin exposure. These arguments happen in the kitchen while servants watch like it's entertainment. It's undignified. You're two grown men arguing about the optimal duration for holding soup in your mouth. But the stakes are life and death, so the argument matters even though it's ridiculous. Sometimes you're required to taste simultaneously, standing side by side at the same table, performing parallel tastings of the same dishes. This is meant to be more efficient, but actually feels like a choreographed humiliation. You're both pawns in the Lord's security theatre, performing synchronized poison detection like some kind of morbid ballet. The servants have started placing bets on which of you will show symptoms first if the food is actually poisoned. You know about the betting because you heard kitchen staff discussing the odds. You're currently favoured to die first because you already look half dead. This is somehow both insulting and probably accurate. The relationship with Edmund oscillates between forced cooperation and barely concealed hostility. On good days, you share information, which cook seems suspicious, which ingredients have been problematic, strategies for detecting specific poisons. These moments of collaboration are practical and almost pleasant. Your colleagues united in a terrible profession, sharing hard-won knowledge. But then the Lord praises Edmund for something you also did but didn't get credited for. And suddenly you're back to resenting his existence. The pendulum swings between camaraderie and competition hourly. There are moments of dark humour that only Edmund understands. When you both taste something that's truly vile, not poisoned, just medieval cooking at its worst, you'll make eye contact across the table and share a look of mutual suffering. This is legal, the look says. We're supposed to eat this voluntarily. These moments of shared absurdity create a bond. You're both trapped in the same nightmare, and sometimes that's enough for temporary solidarity. Then the moment passes, and you're back to being redundant employees competing for the same security. The economics of having two tasters creates pressure neither of you discusses openly. The Lord is paying for two people to do one job. At some point, he'll realise this is inefficient. One of you will be deemed unnecessary and dismissed. The question is which one? You have seniority and experience. Edmund has youth and better health. Who's more valuable? The uncertainty creates constant stress. You're both performing not just your jobs, but performing your indispensability, trying to prove you're the taster worth keeping. When Edmund gets sick, not from poison, just a regular illness, you have conflicting feelings. Relief that you're temporarily the only taster, which means you're essential again. Guilt about feeling relieved when a colleague is suffering. Suspicion that he's faking illness to avoid a particularly risky meal. Worry that if he's gone too long, you'll be solely responsible for missing any poison during his absence. And underlying everything, a terrible hope that maybe the illness is serious enough that he won't recover and you'll be the only taster again. You hate yourself for thinking this, but the thought is there, persistent and ugly. The competitive dynamic affects your judgment. When Edmund says food is safe, you're tempted to disagree just to assert your superior discernment. When he says food is suspicious, you're tempted to approve it to look braver or less paranoid. You have to actively fight these impulses, reminding yourself that this isn't about one-upmanship, it's about actual poison detection. But the impulses are strong. Your ego and your survival instinct are in constant conflict, and ego wins more often than it should. You've noticed Edmund is developing the same chronic health problems you have, the tremors, the digestive issues, the premature aging. This should create sympathy. You should bond over shared suffering. Instead, you feel vindicated. See? You want to tell everyone, it's not just me, the job destroys everyone. Edmund looking increasingly terrible makes you feel less uniquely broken. It's petty and mean-spirited, but you're a poison tester with lead-induced personality changes. You're not your best self. There are rumours that the Lord is considering eliminating one of the taster positions. The castle whispers with speculation about who will be kept. The betting has shifted from who will die first from poison to who will be fired first. You've both heard the rumours, neither acknowledges them. You continue working in parallel, tasting the same foods, reporting findings, maintaining the pretense that everything is fine and both positions are secure. But the tension is suffocating. Edmund once saved your life, sort of. You had approved a dish that he questioned. His insistence on retasting made them investigate further, and they found traces of contamination you'd missed. If the Lord had eaten it, he might have gotten sick and you'd have been blamed or executed. Edmund's backup tasting caught what you missed. You should be grateful. You are grateful, technically, but also resentful that you needed saving, that Edmund proved more competent in that moment, that you now owe him something. The gratitude is genuine but sour. The psychological toll of having a backup is worse than the physical toll of the job. Every time Edmund successfully detects something, you question your own abilities. Every time you detect something he missed, you wonder if he's deteriorating faster than you. You're comparing notes, comparing symptoms, comparing decline rates like you're in a race to see who breaks down first. It's morbid and unhealthy, but you can't stop. The comparison is constant, compulsive, destructive. You've fantasized about Edmund quitting or being poached by another noble, just gone, leaving you as sole taster again. This fantasy ignores the reality that if Edmund leaves, you'll be bearing double the poison exposure and workload. But the fantasy persists. You'd rather be overworked and poisoned alone than share the job with someone who reminds you daily that you're replaceable. The truth neither of you says aloud. You're not enemies. You're both victims of the same system, used and discarded by people who see you as tools rather than humans. Your real competition isn't with each other, it's with the poisons, the chronic toxin exposure, and the medieval employment system that treats human life as disposable. But it's easier to resent Edmund than to confront the larger injustice. He's tangible, present, and human. The system is vast, impersonal, and unchangeable. Sometimes late at night, you wonder what Edmund thinks about. Does he resent you as much as you resent him? Does he also lie awake calculating who's more likely to survive? Does he feel the same guilty relief when you're sick? Or is he a better person than you, capable of genuine collegiality despite the competition? You'll never ask. The question would reveal too much about your own pettiness. The redundancy gnaws at you. Being replaceable is antithetical to job security. Every day you work alongside Edmund is a reminder that you're not essential, not irreplaceable, not particularly special. You're one of two people doing the same thing. If you vanished tomorrow, Edmund would continue the work and the Lord would barely notice your absence. This realization is crushing. You've dedicated yourself to this terrible job, sacrificed your health, risked your life repeatedly, and you're still just an interchangeable part. Working with Edmund is lonely despite his constant presence. Your competitors forced into proximity, colleagues without friendship, people united only by shared danger and mutual resentment. It's the worst kind of working relationship, close enough to breed contempt, but not close enough for real connection. You see each other daily, taste the same foods, face the same risks, and remain fundamentally isolated in your own experiences. You're both slowly dying from the same causes, competing for the same scraps of recognition, hoping the other fails just enough to make you look better by comparison. It's not friendship, it's not even rivalry in any noble sense. It's just two people trapped in the same nightmare, too damaged by the job to support each other, too desperate to let go. Tomorrow you'll both taste breakfast, you'll perform your parallel tastings, you'll report independently, and you'll both pretend this is normal, sustainable, and not slowly destroying whatever capacity for human connection you had left. This is what it means to have a co-worker in medieval poison testing. Not a friend, not an enemy, just another person hoping you die first. Regular meals are stressful enough, but banquets are your nightmare scenario. Dozens of dishes, hundreds of guests, multiple courses, and at least 3 people in the room who definitely want your employer are dead. You're speed tasting everything from roasted swan to candied violets, trying to detect poison while also not vomiting from eating 40 different foods in 20 minutes. By the end, you're either poisoned or so full you wish you were. The preparation for a banquet begins hours before the guests arrive, and you're already exhausted before the event even starts. The kitchen is in absolute chaos. 5 times the normal staff, temporary cooks brought in for specialty dishes, servants running in all directions carrying ingredients you've never seen before. Your job is to taste everything before it goes out to the hall, which means you're standing in the epicenter of this culinary hurricane trying to maintain focus while people crash into you carrying whole roasted peacocks. The sheer volume is overwhelming. A normal meal might have 5 or 6 dishes. A banquet has 30, 40, sometimes 50 separate items. Each course is an elaborate production. Roasted meats, fish prepared 6 different ways, pies both savoury and sweet, vegetable dishes, bread varieties, sauces, jellies, preserves, candied fruits, sugared nuts, and desserts that look like architectural projects. You have to taste every single one. Your stomach, already compromised from chronic toxin exposure, is not prepared for this assault. You start with the first course, usually something light like wafers with cheese or delicate fish. So far, manageable. You taste, wait the abbreviated banquet waiting period of 10 minutes instead of the usual 30, because there's no time for full protocols, then approve or reject. The dishes start going out to the Great Hall. You can hear the guests arriving, the music starting, the general hubbub of a medieval party, where everyone's already drinking heavily before food even appears. Meanwhile, you're sweating in the kitchen, trying to pace yourself because you have literally dozens more dishes to go. By course 2, you're starting to feel uncomfortably full. Roasted meats, each with different seasonings and sauces. You take small bites, but small bites of 15 different meat dishes still add up to a substantial amount of meat. Your stomach protests. You ignore it. The soup course is next. 3 different soups because apparently one soup isn't fancy enough. Then a fish course with 7 types of fish preparation. Your palate is getting confused. Everything is starting to taste the same. This is dangerous because if everything tastes the same, you can't detect anomalies. You try rinsing your mouth with wine between tastings, which helps clear your palate, but also means you're drinking wine on top of all this food. The mild buzz is not helping your judgment. The kitchen staff is increasingly frantic as the banquet progresses. Dishes need to go out in perfect timing. If you're slow with your tasting, everything backs up. The head cook is glaring at you, radiating hostility. You're trying to be thorough. This is exactly when someone would poison food during the chaos, when lots of people have access and attention is divided. But you're also aware that you're the bottleneck in a very expensive, very time-sensitive operation. The pressure to taste faster and faster builds. You're speed tasting now, taking quick bites, making snap judgments, hoping your instincts are sharp enough to catch poison, because you certainly don't have time for careful analysis. Edmund is doing his parallel tasting on the other side of the kitchen, and you can see he's also struggling. His face has taken on a greenish tint that you recognise from your own reflection. Too much food, too fast, too many strong flavours competing for attention. You're both suffering, but there's no stopping. The banquet must go on, and you must taste everything, and if you vomit, you do it quickly and get back to work because there are still 20 dishes waiting. The security concerns at banquets are exponentially worse than regular meals. So many people have handled these dishes. Temporary staff you don't know. Servants borrowed from other households. The visiting nobles might have brought their own cooks or attendants who helped in the kitchen. Any one of them could be an agent of the Lord's enemies. Any dish could be compromised. You're looking for poison in a haystack made of food, and the haystack is actively trying to give you indigestion. Some dishes are deliberately designed to be suspicious. Medieval nobles loved elaborate presentations. A roasted swan reclothed in its own feathers, a pie that contains live birds that fly out when cut, a jelly moulded into the shape of a castle. These theatrical presentations make your job harder. Is there something wrong with the swan, or does it just taste like swan, which you've never had before? Is the jelly supposed to have this slightly chemical taste, or is that poison? You have no baseline for comparison. No reference point. You're guessing, educated guessing, but still guessing. The sweet course nearly kills you even without poison. Medieval nobles show wealth through sugar, and banquets are sugar exhibitions. Candied everything. Fruits, flowers, nuts, even meat sometimes. Honeyed cakes, sugar sculptures, sweetmeats, comfits. After tasting 40 savoury dishes, the sudden onslaught of intense sweetness is nauseating. Your teeth hurt. Your stomach rebels. You're fairly certain you can feel your pancreas crying. But you keep tasting because that's your job, identifying any off flavours in these sugar bombs that could indicate poison hidden under the sweetness. By the final course, you're in genuine distress. Your stomach is painfully distended. You're sweating profusely from the combination of heat, stress, and overconsumption. Your mouth tastes like every food you've ever eaten mixed together into a horrible paste. You've lost the ability to distinguish flavours. Everything is just food flavoured now. This is the most dangerous point because your detection capability is completely shot, but you still have to maintain the pretense of vigilance. You taste the last few dishes with your eyes closed, praying you don't miss something, praying you don't vomit on the Lord's elaborate dessert presentation. The performance aspect of banquet tasting is particularly humiliating. Sometimes the Lord wants you visible to guests as a sign of his caution and importance. See how carefully I protect myself, he's saying. I have a dedicated poison taster. You're paraded into the great hall, made to taste in front of everyone, turned into entertainment. The nobles watch with fascination as you sample their food first, some commenting loudly on whether you look like you're dying yet. The taster seems well, so the peacock must be safe, followed by aristocratic laughter. You're a circus act, a curiosity, a reminder to guests that their host faces assassination attempts regularly and has the resources to employ human poison detectors. The aftermath of a banquet is almost worse than the event itself. You've consumed more food in 3 hours than you normally eat in 2 days. Your digestive system, already compromised from chronic low-level poisoning, cannot handle this volume. You spend the rest of the evening and much of the night in intestinal distress. Everything hurts. Your stomach is cramping. Your esophagus burns from acid reflux. You're alternating between the privy and lying very still, hoping not to vomit, occasionally vomiting anyway. This is not poison. You've verified that the food was safe. This is just mechanical overload. Your body was not designed to process roasted swan, 7 types of fish, 4 soups, 12 meat dishes, and enough sugar to preserve a corpse in one sitting. The next morning you're expected at breakfast tasting as usual. Never mind that you're still digesting last night's banquet. Never mind that you look like death warmed over. The Lord needs his breakfast tasted and you're employed, so you drag yourself to the kitchen and try to taste porridge while your stomach threatens rebellion. The irony is that you're probably more likely to die from banquet-induced digestive failure than from actual poisoning. The volume of food is a slow-motion assassination attempt on your organs. Banquets happen several times a year, feast days, visiting dignitaries, celebrations of military victories, religious holidays. Each one is announced weeks in advance, giving you plenty of time to dread it. The anticipation is awful. You know what's coming. Hours of speed tasting, stomach distress, performance anxiety, heightened security threats. You can't refuse to work banquets. This is your job. You signed up for this, sort of, in the sense that you were desperately poor and this was employment. But nobody warned you about the banquets. Other servants pity you on banquet days. They see you before the event, anxious, preparing mentally, and they see you after, green-faced, digestively destroyed. Rather you than me, they say, which is both sympathetic and completely accurate. They wouldn't trade places with you for any amount of money, which is good because you're not being paid enough to make this worth it anyway. The extra compensation for banquet work is an additional loaf of bread, one bread, for destroying your digestive system and risking death by poison or overeating. The medieval compensation structure is not generous. The variety of dishes at banquets means you're exposed to more potential allergens and toxins in one evening than you normally encounter in a month. Some foods you've never tried before, exotic imports, unusual game meats, experimental preparations by ambitious cooks. Your body might react badly to something that isn't poisoned at all, just genuinely new, and your system can't handle it. But if you have a reaction, how do you know if it's a genuine allergy or poison? You don't. You just report symptoms and hope someone figures it out before either you or the Lord dies. The social dynamics of banquets add another layer of stress. The guests include rival nobles, potential enemies, political schemers, and people actively conspiring against your employer. They're in the building, often with their own servants, some of whom might have access to the kitchen. The opportunity for poisoning is maximal. The motivation is present. Killing the Lord at his own banquet would be both effective and symbolically powerful. You know attempts are more likely during banquets. Everyone knows this. And yet the banquets continue because medieval nobles care more about displaying wealth and status than about minor concerns like assassination attempts. You've developed coping strategies for banquets, none of them particularly effective. You try to eat lightly for days before, creating stomach capacity. This doesn't really work because your stomach doesn't expand that much, and showing up malnourished doesn't help your poison detection. You try to pace yourself during tasting, taking smaller bites. But smaller bites of 50 dishes is still a massive amount of food. You try to focus on high-risk items, dishes that are dark or strongly flavoured or came from suspect sources, giving them extra attention. But this means rushing through other items which could be exactly where poison is hiding. The worst banquets are the ones celebrating something your employer's enemies would want to ruin. Military victories over rivals, political alliances that threaten others, weddings that consolidate power. These events are poisoning magnets. Everyone knows it. Security is supposedly tighter. Kitchen access is supposedly restricted. But you're still tasting 50 dishes prepared by dozens of people in absolute chaos. And if someone determined wanted to poison the food, they'd probably succeed. Your role is less prevent poisoning and more detect it slightly before the Lord does. You're not prevention. You're early warning. And at banquets, with your palate overwhelmed and your stomach in rebellion, you're barely even that. After a particularly difficult banquet where you tasted 63 separate items and spent the following 2 days unable to eat anything, you seriously considered quitting. Just walking away from the job, the castle, the whole nightmare. But where would you go? What would you do? You're a poison taster. That's not a transferable skill. Experienced in nearly dying from food isn't a compelling resume item for other employment. You're trapped by your own specialization, doomed to continue tasting banquets until one either poisons you or you die from digestive complications. Banquets are proof that your job can always get worse. Just when you think you've reached maximum stress, tasting regular meals, detecting poisons, surviving chronic toxin exposure, the Lord announces a feast and suddenly you're facing an entirely new category of suffering. It's occupational misery escalation, and there's no upper limit. The banquets keep getting bigger, more elaborate, more dangerous, and you keep showing up, keep tasting, keep risking your life and destroying your stomach. Because that's what you do. That's who you are now. A poison tester who wishes banquets had never been invented but eats them anyway. Who's trying to poison your employer. Could be rival nobles, vengeful servants, political enemies, spurned lovers, angry relatives, or just someone who doesn't like his face. Medieval courts were nests of intrigue where everyone smiled politely while mentally planning everyone else's demise. Some poisoners were professionals, carefully calculating doses. Others were amateurs who'd throw anything toxic into the pot and hope for the best. Both want you dead too. You're just in the way. Let's start with the rival nobles, because they're the most common threat and the most dangerous. Medieval politics was essentially a game of thrones where everyone was trying to eliminate everyone else, and poison was the weapon of choice for people who wanted deniability. Your employer has enemies, other lords who want his lands, his titles, his political influence, or just want him dead because their grandfather insulted his grandfather 40 years ago, and grudges are hereditary in medieval society. These nobles have resources, patience, and access. They can bribe servants, plant spies in the household, or send gifts of food and wine that are actually delivery mechanisms for poison. They're playing a long game, and you're a minor obstacle in their plans. If you die detecting their poison, that's just collateral damage. They'll try again. Professional poisoners exist, though they're rare and expensive. These are people who've made murder by poison their livelihood, travelling between courts and taking contracts. They know their toxins, what works fast, what works slow, what's detectable, what's not. They understand dosing, timing, and delivery methods. If a professional poisoner is after your lord, you're in serious trouble because they're good at their job, and their job is getting past people like you. They'll use tasteless poisons, delayed onset toxins, or substances that mimic natural illness. They might poison your food specifically to eliminate you first, clearing the path for the real attack. Professional poisoners scare you because they think several moves ahead, like chess players who've specialised in the murder variation of the game. Then there are the vengeful servants, which is a category that should terrify your employer more than it seems to. Medieval nobles treated their servants terribly. Beatings, sexual assault, withheld wages, arbitrary punishments, public humiliation. Every servant has reasons to want revenge. Most don't act on it because the consequences are too severe, but some do. A cook whose daughter was assaulted by the lord might decide justice includes poison. A stable boy who was whipped for someone else's mistake might grind up some monkshood and add it to the evening stew. These poisoners are motivated by rage rather than politics, which makes them unpredictable and dangerous. They're not calculating dose and timing. They're dumping in enough poison to guarantee death and accepting that they'll probably be caught and executed afterward. Revenge poisoners are suicide attackers, and you can't deter someone who doesn't care about survival. Political enemies operate through proxies, which makes them hard to identify. The bishop who opposes your lord's taxes on church lands doesn't personally sneak into the kitchen with a vial of poison. He has people for that. He mentions to a trusted assistant that removing the lord would serve God's interests. The assistant mentions it to someone else, that someone knows a servant in the lord's household who needs money. And suddenly, poison is being stirred into the sauce by someone who's 3 degrees of separation from the actual mastermind. You can't guard against conspiracy networks because you don't know who's involved. The friendly scullery maid might be an unwitting participant in a plot planned by people she's never met. Spurned lovers are a special category of poisoner, driven by the unique insanity of romantic rejection mixed with proximity and access. Your lord, like most medieval nobles, has a complicated romantic life. He's married, but he also has mistresses, and he's had previous relationships that ended badly. A former lover who was promised status and security, then cast aside for someone younger, might decide that if she can't have him, nobody can. These poisoners have insider knowledge. His food preferences, his daily routines, his vulnerabilities. They might still have allies in the household who'll help for loyalty or money, and they're emotionally unstable, which makes them unpredictable. A politically motivated poisoner will be cautious and calculating. A spurned lover might poison food in broad daylight out of sheer fury, not caring who sees. Family members are perhaps the most disturbing category because they sit at the table with your lord, smile, make conversation, and might be actively trying to murder him. His brother wants the inheritance. His nephew thinks he'd be a better lord. His cousin has gambling debts and needs the estate. Medieval families were competitive enterprises where succession was never guaranteed, and ambitious relatives viewed each other as obstacles to remove. These family poisoners have the best access. They're trusted, they're present at meals, they can request specific dishes or bring gifts of food without suspicion. You're supposed to detect poison from people who your employer loves and trusts. It's psychologically complicated and strategically difficult. Then there are the amateurs, the opportunistic poisoners who don't have training or resources but do have access to toxic substances and a desire to kill. Maybe it's a merchant who was cheated in a business deal and decides to slip something into the lord's wine shipment. Maybe it's a farmer whose land was seized, who knows about poisonous mushrooms from years of avoiding them and decides to stop avoiding them for one particular meal. Amateur poisoners are dangerous because they're unpredictable and often sloppy. They don't know proper dosing, so they might use too little. You survive easily, or too much. It's so obvious that even medieval food tastes wrong. Their sloppiness can work in your favour, obvious poison is easier to detect, or against you if they accidentally poison the entire household because they contaminated a common food source. Religious fanatics occasionally try poison as a form of divine justice. If they've decided your lord is a sinner who deserves death, they might view poisoning as doing God's work. These poisoners are dangerous because they're motivated by faith rather than practical concerns. They're not worried about getting caught. Martyrdom is acceptable. They're not worried about dosing. God will guide the poison to its target. They might pray over the poison before administering it, genuinely believing they're instruments of divine will. You can't reason with religious conviction. You can only try to detect the poison before it reaches the Lord, and hope that God isn't actually guiding their hand. Foreign agents are present in many courts, spies working for rival kingdoms or enemy powers. If your Lord is militarily or politically significant, foreign powers want him dead, or at least neutralized. These agents are trained, patient, and well-funded. They might spend months establishing cover identities as servants or merchants before attempting poisoning. They use sophisticated methods, poisons from their home countries that local physicians won't recognize, timed-release toxins, substances that cause symptoms mimicking natural illness. Foreign poisoners are playing a geopolitical game, and you're an unfortunate piece on the board. If you detect their poison, they'll analyze what went wrong and try a different method. They're adaptive, persistent, and professional. Sometimes the poisoner is closer than anyone wants to admit, the Lord's own physician. Medieval physicians had perfect access to poisons, professional knowledge of how they worked, and the trust of their patients. A corrupt physician bribed by enemies could slowly poison the Lord while treating him for invented illnesses, killing him gradually while appearing to provide medical care. Or a physician with his own ambitions might decide that a wealthy patient's estate would be better served by a different owner, preferably one who would generously compensate the physician who helped arrange the transition. You can't taste medicine. You can't verify treatments. If the physician is the poisoner, you're helpless to stop it. Criminal organizations occasionally get involved in assassination contracts. Medieval cities had organized crime, thieves' guilds, smuggling operations, protection rackets. These groups sometimes offered murder-for-hire services, including poisoning. A criminal poisoner is motivated purely by money and has no personal grudge, which makes them coldly efficient. They'll scout the target's household, identify the weakest security points, and execute the poisoning as a business transaction. If you catch them, they'll try again with a different method because they've been paid for results. Criminal poisoners are professionals without the refinement of aristocratic assassins. They're brutal, direct, and focused on completing the contract regardless of collateral damage. Children are occasionally used as poisoners, which is particularly disturbing. An adult can be questioned, tortured, executed. But a child, especially a child of noble birth, is often above suspicion. An ambitious parent might teach their 10-year-old to slip poison into the Lord's cup during a feast, banking on the child being overlooked or forgiven due to age. You're not going to suspect the Lord's young nephew of attempted murder. You're not watching the children carefully, and that's exactly why children make effective poisoners. They're invisible threats operating in plain sight. Suicidal poisoners are rare but terrifying. Someone who's decided to die anyway, terminally ill, grief-stricken, or simply done with life, might take on a poisoning contract knowing they won't survive. They'll poison the food and make no effort to escape or deflect blame. They accept capture, torture, and execution as the price of completing their mission. You can't deter someone who's already embraced death. Your only defense is detection, and suicidal poisoners often use massive doses that make detection easier but ensure lethality if any gets through. The chilling reality is that you don't know which category any potential poisoner falls into. That friendly cook could be a vengeful servant, a bribed spy, or just a cook. The visiting merchant could be a professional assassin or genuinely just selling spices. The Lord's affectionate nephew could be an innocent child or a trained killer. Everyone is a potential threat. Everyone has access at some point. And you're trying to protect against all of them simultaneously with nothing but your tongue and your rapidly deteriorating health. The poisoners you're up against range from sophisticated professionals to rage-blind amateurs, from cold political calculators to emotionally destroyed lovers. Some are patient and methodical, others are impulsive and sloppy. Some see you as an obstacle to eliminate, others barely register your existence. But they all share one thing: they want your Lord dead, and you're the primary thing standing in their way. Not armies, not castle walls, not guards, you. With your spoon and your suspicious mind and your toxin-damaged liver. You're in an arms race against an unknown number of enemies with unknown resources and unknown methods. Every meal is a new round in this endless conflict. Every successful detection is just a temporary victory. They'll try again with something different. You can't win this war. You can only survive it one meal at a time, hoping your tongue catches what your enemies brew. Hoping your body withstands what your tongue catches. The poisoners are out there, they're patient, they're motivated, and they're waiting for you to miss something. Just once. That's all they need. Let's talk about the greatest hits of medieval murder. Arsenic, the classic choice. Tasteless in small doses and readily available from apothecaries who ask zero questions. Hemlock, made famous by Socrates and still popular centuries later. Nightshade, also called belladonna, which sounds romantic until your heart stops. Monkshood, which was exactly as sinister as it sounds. And various toxic mushrooms, perfect for the poisoner who wants to call it an accident. Your tongue is the only thing standing between these and your employer's stomach. Arsenic is the undisputed champion of medieval poison, and you've become intimately familiar with it despite never wanting this expertise. It comes from mineral sources, primarily arsenic trioxide, which can be ground into a white powder that looks disturbingly like flour or sugar. In its pure form, it's nearly tasteless, which is why it's so popular among poisoners who have access to quality suppliers. The cruder medieval versions have a slightly sweet taste, sometimes with metallic undertones, but it's subtle enough to hide in wine or strongly flavoured dishes. You've learned to detect it by the faint sweetness that doesn't belong, the slight grittiness if it wasn't fully dissolved, and the almost imperceptible metallic aftertaste. But here's the problem. Small doses accumulate over time without obvious symptoms, meaning someone could be slowly poisoning the Lord with amounts too small for you to detect in a single tasting. You'd need to be poisoned repeatedly yourself to notice the pattern, which is not a survival strategy you're eager to test. The symptoms of arsenic poisoning are brutal and fast when the dose is high enough. Within an hour you'd experience violent vomiting, intense abdominal pain, and diarrhea that feels like your intestines are trying to escape your body. Your throat burns, your stomach cramps so hard you can't stand upright. If the dose is lethal, you've got maybe a few hours before organ failure, though you'll spend those hours in absolute agony. Medieval physicians can't do anything for arsenic poisoning except watch you die and take notes about your humours. The saving grace is that large doses are somewhat detectable. That sweet taste, the gritty texture, something that makes you pause. But clever poisoners use small amounts over weeks, and those are nearly impossible to catch until someone's already dying. Hemlock is your nightmare poison because it's a plant that looks almost identical to several edible herbs. The ancient Greeks used it for executions. Socrates famously died from hemlock poisoning while discussing philosophy, which seems like poor event planning. The taste is supposedly similar to parsley or carrots, with a bitter edge that you can easily mistake for normal herb bitterness in heavily seasoned medieval food. The real tell is the numbness. Hemlock contains conine, a neurotoxin that starts working almost immediately on contact with your mouth. Your lips tingle, then go numb. The numbness spreads to your tongue, your throat, progressively downward. Your muscles begin to weaken. Eventually the paralysis reaches your respiratory muscles, and you suffocate while still fully conscious, which is absolutely terrifying. You've had false alarms with hemlock, tasting something bitter, feeling tingling, panicking, only to realise it was just aggressive seasoning. But you've also caught actual hemlock once, recognised that characteristic numbness, and spat out food that would have killed the Lord within hours. The problem is that hemlock grows wild all over Europe, costs nothing, and requires no special knowledge to prepare. Any peasant with a grudge and access to the countryside can commit murder with hemlock. Nightshade or belladonna has a seductive name that completely misrepresents how horrible it is. Beautiful lady refers to Italian women using it to dilate their pupils fashionably, which should tell you everything about medieval beauty standards. The berries are shiny, black, and look vaguely appetizing, which is how children accidentally poison themselves. But in food, nightshade is intensely bitter, like concentrated plant rage in your mouth. It's hard to hide this bitterness, which makes nightshade a less subtle poisoning choice, but desperate or amateur poisoners still try. They'll mix it into something sweet or heavily spiced, hoping the bitterness gets lost. You've learned to recognize nightshade by the bitterness combined with the speed of symptoms. Your mouth goes dry almost immediately. Not I should drink water dry, but my mouth is a desert and my tongue is made of sandpaper dry. Your pupils dilate. Vision blurs. Your heart races erratically. In larger doses, hallucinations begin quickly. The Lord might start seeing demons during dinner, which would be both medically concerning and socially awkward. Nightshade's dramatic symptom profile makes it somewhat easier to catch, but the margin between detectable amount and lethal amount is uncomfortably narrow. Monkshood, also called wolfsbane or aconite, is perhaps the most vicious poison in the medieval arsenal. Even touching the plant with bare hands can cause symptoms. Eating it causes an immediate burning sensation in your mouth, throat, and stomach, like you've consumed concentrated fire. Your lips and tongue go numb, similar to hemlock but more intense and painful. Then your heart goes absolutely haywire, racing, slowing, racing again, skipping beats. You feel intense anxiety and fear, not just psychological but physiological. The poison is directly affecting your nervous system, triggering panic. Nausea, vomiting, convulsions, and death can follow within hours. The terrifying thing about monkshood is how little you need to kill someone. A small amount ground into food or wine is enough, and the symptoms are so severe that if you taste even a small dose, you're going to have a very bad time even if you don't die. You've been trained to recognize that burning numbing combination, that 1-2 punch of pain followed by loss of sensation. When you detect it, you don't just reject the food. You immediately begin emergency protocols, inducing vomiting, calling for the physician, preparing for potentially lethal symptoms. Monkshood poisoners aren't playing games. They want death, fast and certain. Mushroom poisoning is uniquely terrifying because of the delayed symptoms and the difficulty of identification. The deathcap mushroom, Amanita phalloides, looks similar to several edible varieties. It tastes fine, pleasant even, with a slightly nutty flavour. Nothing in the initial taste warns you of danger. You eat it, you wait during the standard waiting period. Nothing happens. The food is served. The Lord eats. Everyone's fine. For 6 to 12 hours, everything seems normal. Then the symptoms begin. Violent vomiting, severe diarrhea, abdominal pain. By the time symptoms appear, the toxins have already destroyed liver and kidney cells. Medieval medicine has no treatment. No intervention can save you. You die slowly over days, your organs failing progressively, consciousness fading in and out. As a poison tester, mushroom dishes are your existential terror because you can't rely on immediate symptoms. You're tasting, approving, and hoping you're right, knowing that if you're wrong, you won't realise it until it's far too late to do anything about it. Yew tree berries and leaves contain taxine, a poison that causes sudden cardiac arrest. The advantage for poisoners is that yew is everywhere, in churchyards, gardens, forests. The disadvantage is that it tastes distinctly bitter and unpleasant, but ground up and mixed into strong wine or heavily spiced dishes, it can be masked. The symptoms are cardiovascular, irregular heartbeat, dizziness, difficulty breathing. Death can occur within hours. You've learned to recognise the particular bitterness of yew, distinct from other bitter plants, but it's not always obvious, especially in complex dishes with multiple strong flavours competing. Henbane, another medieval favourite, causes delirium, hallucinations and convulsions. It was sometimes used medicinally in small doses, which means it was available from healers and apothecaries. In poisoning doses, it causes confusion, agitation, visual distortions and eventual seizures. The taste is bitter and unpleasant, but like other plant poisons, it can be masked. You watch for the cognitive effects. If you start feeling confused or seeing things during the waiting period, henbane is a possibility. The problem is distinguishing between I'm actually hallucinating from poison and I'm so stressed and sleep deprived that my brain is malfunctioning, which honestly could go either way most days. White snakeroot causes milk sickness, which is exactly as ominous as it sounds. If animals eat white snakeroot, their milk becomes toxic. Humans drinking that milk develop tremors, vomiting, and often die. This indirect poisoning is hard to defend against because you're not tasting poison. You're tasting milk that was contaminated before it ever reached the kitchen. The cow ate the wrong plant weeks ago, and now everyone drinking milk products is at risk. There's no way for you to detect this through taste. It just tastes like milk, right up until it kills you. This keeps you awake at night. The idea that poison could enter the food supply through vectors you can't possibly monitor. Lead, while not typically used for deliberate murder, is a constant low-level threat. Lead acetate tastes sweet, and was sometimes used as a sweetener by people who didn't know better, or by people who knew exactly what they were doing. Lead poisoning from cooking vessels, wine storage, and cosmetics adds to your chronic toxin load. Acute lead poisoning causes severe abdominal pain, vomiting, and neurological symptoms. Chronic exposure, which you definitely have, causes cognitive decline, personality changes, and organ damage. You can't really detect lead by taste alone. It's too common in the environment to recognize as abnormal. You just accept that you're being slowly poisoned by lead every day, along with everything else. Mercury compounds, particularly mercury chloride, were used both medicinally and murderously. The taste is metallic and unpleasant, but can be masked in strong wines or broths. Mercury poisoning causes excessive salivation, tremors, kidney damage, and neurological deterioration. You're familiar with these symptoms both from detecting mercury poisoning and from experiencing them yourself due to chronic low-level exposure. When you taste mercury, you recognize the metallic taste, but you're also already displaying mercury poisoning symptoms from environmental exposure, so you have to judge whether this is normal background mercury or someone's actively trying to kill us with mercury. It's not an exact science. Ratsbane, typically yellow phosphorus, was sold openly for pest control and occasionally repurposed for human targets. It has a garlicky smell and waxy taste. The symptoms include severe burning in the stomach, vomiting that glows in the dark, yes, actually glows, and eventual liver failure. The glowing vomit is due to phosphorus oxidizing when exposed to air, which is both fascinating and horrifying. If you vomit and it glows, congratulations, you've been poisoned with phosphorus, and you're probably going to die because medieval medicine definitely can't treat this. Every poison has its signature, a taste, a texture, a pattern of symptoms. You've become an unwilling expert in these signatures, memorizing them not from books, but from experience and near misses, and that one time you definitely ingested something toxic and survived through luck or small dosage or divine intervention. You know these poisons intimately, more intimately than you know your own family at this point. They're your constant companions, your rivals, the enemies you fight daily without ever seeing them except in their effects. The variety of available poisons means you can never relax. Never assume you know what you're looking for. Every meal could feature a new poison, a creative combination, or an old favourite in a new presentation. The medieval apothecary is basically a murder supply shop, and determined poisoners have endless options. Your tongue, your nose, your sense of texture, your awareness of symptoms, these are your only defences against an arsenal of natural and synthesised death that humans have been refining for centuries. You taste, you wait, you hope you've detected what they've deployed, and tomorrow you'll do it again, against poisons that have killed thousands before you and will kill thousands after. Your job is to not be one of them, just for today. One more meal survived, one more poison identified or missed. One more day in the endless chemical warfare of medieval dining. The poisons don't rest, neither can you. After a few months of tasting potentially poisoned food, you develop an interesting problem. You can't eat your own meals without suspicion. Someone hands you bread, could be poisoned. Your ale tastes funny, maybe it's just bad ale, or maybe someone's targeting poison testers now. You start tasting your own food before you eat it, which is technically impossible, but you try anyway. Eventually eating anything becomes a philosophical exercise in trust and probability. It starts innocently enough. You're handed your daily ration of bread by a kitchen servant, the same person who's given you bread hundreds of times before. But today, as you're about to take a bite, you pause. Your brain, trained to detect threats in food, suddenly applies that training to your own meal. Wait, who baked this bread? Who had access to the dough? Could someone have added something during preparation? You examine the bread like you're a detective inspecting evidence. The colour seems normal, the texture appears standard. But is that a slightly unusual smell or just regular medieval bread smell, which is already questionable? You take a small bite, chew slowly, analysing every flavour and sensation. Is that a bitter aftertaste or just the grain? You wait 5 minutes, monitoring for symptoms. Nothing happens. You take another bite. The cycle repeats. A simple piece of bread now takes 20 minutes to eat because you're treating it like a potential assassination attempt. The rational part of your brain knows this is ridiculous. You're not important enough to assassinate. You're a servant. Killing you doesn't accomplish anything strategic. If poisoners wanted you out of the way, they'd just poison the Lord and let you detect it and die that way. 2 birds with 1 poison. But rationality has left the building. Your paranoia, honed by months of professional suspicion, has no off switch. It applies to everything, including meals specifically meant for you. You've become professionally paranoid, and like any profession, you can't leave it at work. It follows you home. It sits with you at every meal. It whispers in your ear, "But what if?" Your fellow servants notice your strange eating behaviour. You're the one who sniffs bread before eating it, who examines porridge for unusual colours, who tastes ale with the concentration of a wine connoisseur, even though it's the same terrible ale everyone drinks. "What's wrong with you?" they ask. Everything, you want to say. "My job has broken my brain and now I can't eat normally." But you just mumble something about being careful and continue your paranoid meal analysis. They think you're odd, they're not wrong. But they also don't spend their days tasting potentially lethal food, so they don't understand how that experience rewires your relationship with eating. You start developing elaborate theories about who might want to poison you specifically. Maybe you've been too effective at your job, catching too many poisoning attempts, and now the conspirators have decided to eliminate you first before their next attempt on the Lord. Maybe a kitchen worker resents your constant suspicion and wants to teach you a lesson. Maybe it's not even intentional. Maybe someone's using the same utensils for preparing the Lord's food and your food, and cross-contamination could poison you accidentally. These theories range from plausible to paranoid delusion, but you can't tell which is which anymore. Your threat assessment calibration is completely off. The worst part is that you're right to be paranoid about some things, which validates all your paranoia, including the unreasonable parts. Cross-contamination is a real risk in medieval kitchens where hygiene is theatrical at best. If someone's preparing poisoned food for the Lord and then uses the same cutting board for your bread, you could absolutely get poisoned. It's unlikely but not impossible. This tiny grain of justified concern grows into a mountain of anxiety that buries your ability to eat without stress. You've started bringing your own food when possible, preparing simple meals in your quarters to avoid the kitchen entirely. You buy bread directly from a baker you've decided to trust, though that trust is fragile and based mostly on the fact that he doesn't know you're a poison tester, and therefore has no reason to poison you specifically. You eat alone whenever possible, not because you're antisocial, but because eating in front of others means they can see your paranoid tasting rituals and the questions become exhausting. Why are you sniffing that? Because it might contain hemlock, Janet, and I'd rather look crazy than die. But you can't say that, so you just eat alone and feel isolated. The isolation feeds the paranoia. With no one to reality check your concerns, every suspicion seems valid. That slight stomachache after lunch. Definitely poison. The fact that it went away after an hour? The poison must have been a small dose. The tremor in your hand? Poison symptoms, not just your chronic mercury exposure. Every physical sensation becomes evidence of poisoning, confirming your fears and driving you deeper into food-related paranoia. You're stuck in a feedback loop where suspicion leads to stress. Stress causes physical symptoms, and physical symptoms confirm suspicion. You've developed specific food avoidances based on paranoid logic. You won't eat mushrooms anymore, even in your own meals, because the delayed symptoms of mushroom poisoning terrify you. You avoid anything with strong flavours that could mask poison. You're suspicious of gifts of food from anyone, even well-meaning friends. Someone brought you a honey cake as a kind gesture? That's nice and possibly a murder attempt. You thank them, take the cake and feed it to the castle dogs when no one's looking. If the dogs survive, maybe you'll try a bite tomorrow. Maybe. The dogs are doing well, thriving actually, on your paranoia-rejected food. Your relationship with drink is particularly fraught. Wine and ale are stored in communal barrels accessible to many people. Any one of them could add poison. You've started marking your cup a small scratch on the bottom that you can identify, because you're worried about cup switching. You never leave your drink unattended. If you're called away from the table, even for a moment, you pour out the remaining ale and get a fresh cup when you return. Other servants are baffled by your waste. Ale is rationed. Why are you throwing it away? But drinking from an unattended cup is a risk you won't take anymore. Your paranoia has become expensive in wasted beverages. The ultimate irony is that you've started tasting your own food in the same style you taste the Lord's food, which creates a logical paradox. If you're tasting your food to check for poison, and the tasting itself is the detection method, but you're also the person eating the food, you've essentially just volunteered to be your own poison tester. You're doing your job for free, for food that's not important, protecting yourself using a method that requires you to be exposed to the very thing you're trying to avoid. The circular logic is obvious, but you can't stop. The ritual of tasting has become compulsive, necessary for your psychological comfort even when it makes no practical sense. Sleep is affected by food paranoia. You lie awake at night mentally reviewing everything you ate that day, analysing every symptom or sensation. That burp at dinner, was it normal digestion or early arsenic symptoms? The slight nausea before bed, food sitting badly or poison activating. Your dreams are filled with poisoned food, with tasting and dying, with discovering too late that your breakfast was contaminated. You wake up exhausted, having spent your sleeping hours continuing the vigilance you maintain while awake. There's no rest from the suspicion. You've considered growing your own food, maintaining a small garden where you control everything from seed to harvest. But you don't have time, space, or the agricultural knowledge to be self-sufficient. Plus, your paranoia would probably extend to the seeds. What if someone gave you poisonous plant seeds disguised as vegetables? What if the soil is contaminated? The paranoia is fractal, reproducing at every level of detail. There's no paranoia-free solution because every solution introduces new variables to be suspicious about. Other poison testers, the few you've met, share this problem. It's like an occupational disease, a mental health casualty of the profession. One taster you spoke with hadn't eaten a full meal in weeks, just small bites spread throughout the day, never enough of any one thing to constitute a lethal dose if it happened to be poisoned. He was slowly starving himself through paranoia, becoming gaunt and weak, but he felt safer. Another taster had developed elaborate rituals, certain prayers before eating, specific order of consuming foods, lucky charms kept nearby during meals, magical thinking born from the stress of a job where vigilance is survival and paranoia is professionalism. The kitchen staff has started accommodating your paranoia, not out of kindness, but out of exhaustion with your questions. They now show you the bread before slicing it, demonstrate that the ale comes from the common barrel everyone drinks from, let you watch food preparation for your own meals. It's humiliating, requiring this level of supervision and transparency for something as basic as your dinner. But it marginally reduces your anxiety, so you accept the humiliation. Dignity is less important than the slight reduction in paranoia that comes from witnessing your food's entire chain of custody. You've become the person who warns others about food safety in ways that make you sound insane. Don't trust sealed containers, you tell a servant who's about to open a jar of preserves. Seals can be broken and resealed. She backs away slowly. You don't blame her. You sound like a conspiracy theorist, except you're a conspiracy professional, and the conspiracies are real and have actually tried to kill your employer multiple times. Your warnings aren't crazy, they're informed by experience. But they still sound crazy, and the effect is the same. People avoid you. The philosophical dimension of your food paranoia is perhaps the most exhausting. Every meal becomes a meditation on trust, risk, and probability. You're calculating odds you can't actually calculate. What's the probability this specific piece of bread is poisoned? Unknown. What's the risk of eating it versus not eating it? Eating might poison you, not eating will definitely starve you. How do you weigh immediate certain hunger against theoretical possible poisoning? You're not a philosopher or a mathematician, you're just a poison taster trying to eat lunch. But lunch has become a complex decision tree with life or death stakes, at least in your paranoid perception. You've noticed that your paranoia lessens slightly when you're extremely hungry. Desperation overrides suspicion. When you're starving, you'll eat questionable food because the alternative is continued starvation. But this creates its own problem. You're only eating when desperately hungry, which means you're often malnourished, which weakens your health, which makes you more vulnerable to actual poisoning. The paranoia is literally making you less able to survive the genuine threats you face at work. It's counterproductive, but knowing it's counterproductive doesn't make it stop. Friends and family, if you had any, would tell you to quit the job that's destroying your mental health. But you don't have that option. You're trapped by economics, by lack of alternatives, by the basic reality that you need to eat, and this job provides food, even if that food triggers paranoid episodes. The irony, working for food that you're too paranoid to eat comfortably, is not lost on you. You're caught in a trap of your own professional making. The paranoia has transformed eating from a basic biological necessity into a combat operation. Every meal is planned, analysed, executed with extreme caution, and followed by anxious monitoring for symptoms. What should take 10 minutes now takes an hour. What should be pleasurable or at least neutral is now stressful and frightening. Food, the thing that keeps you alive, has become associated with death, danger, and constant vigilance. Your job hasn't just changed how you work, it's changed how you exist at the most fundamental level. You can't remember the last time you ate something without analysing it. You can't imagine a future where you could sit down to a meal and just eat, thoughtlessly, trustingly, like normal people do. That ability is gone, probably permanently. Your profession has colonised your entire life. You're a poison tester at work and in your own quarters and in your dreams and in every moment when food exists near you. There's no off-duty version of yourself anymore. The paranoia spreads to your own meals, and there it remains, permanent resident, unwelcome but immovable. You eat anyway, because you must, but you never eat easily again. Eventually someone tells you how the last poison tester died, usually after you've been in the job for a few weeks and they figure you're committed enough not to flee. Turns out he missed the poison in a fig compote because he had a cold and couldn't taste properly. Or he detected it, but was forced to stay quiet because the person doing the poisoning was someone powerful. Or he was actually the target all along and your employer just needed a replacement. Cool. Great. That's totally not going to haunt your dreams. The conversation happens casually, almost offhandedly, while you're in the kitchen waiting to taste the evening meal. One of the older servants, a woman who's worked at the castle for decades, starts talking about poor Thomas. You don't know who Thomas is. Then she clarifies, the last taster, before you. Your attention sharpens immediately. Nobody's mentioned him before. You've wondered, of course. There's a suspicious gap in the position's history that you've been too afraid to ask about. But now she's talking, and you're listening with the intensity of someone hearing their own future. He was young, she says, stirring a pot absently. Maybe 25. Seemed healthy enough. But he caught a winter cold, the kind everyone gets. Nothing serious, just congestion and coughing. Couldn't smell right, couldn't taste right. He mentioned it to the steward, said he probably shouldn't be tasting food while his senses were compromised. She pauses, and the pause feels significant. The steward told him to do his job anyway. They don't stop serving meals just because the taster has a cold. Your stomach drops. You've had colds. Everyone has colds in medieval times, constantly, because hygiene is theoretical, and everyone's immune system is fighting a losing battle. The idea that you're expected to taste food accurately while unable to smell or taste properly is horrifying, but also completely believable. Of course the job continues. Of course your personal health problems are irrelevant to your employer's needs. You're a tool. Tools don't get sick days. So Thomas kept working, the woman continues, tasting everything like normal, though he admitted to the other kitchen staff that he couldn't taste much of anything. Just textures, temperatures, vague impressions. He was essentially guessing. She shakes her head. And then came the fig compote. The fig compote. You've learned to hate figs despite never having eaten many. They appear in stories about poisoning attempts with disturbing frequency. Sweet, dense, strong-flavoured. Perfect for hiding poison. And apparently perfect for killing a taster with a compromised sense of taste. Someone had added something to the compote. Monkshood, they think, ground up fine. Thomas tasted it. He waited the usual time. He didn't report any problems. She's not looking at you now, just staring into her pot. The lord ate a substantial serving. Thomas ate his normal taster's portion from the same dish. Within an hour they were both showing symptoms. You want to ask what happened next, but your throat has closed. You can't speak, she continues anyway. The lord survived. He'd eaten less, and the physician was called immediately. They made him vomit, did bloodletting, all the usual treatments. He was sick for days, but recovered. Her voice drops. Thomas wasn't so lucky. He'd eaten more during the initial tasting, and by the time they realised what was happening, too much time had passed. He died the same night. Took about 4 hours, conscious for most of it. The silence that follows is heavy and suffocating. 4 hours of dying, knowing you'd failed at the one job you had, knowing it was because you were sick and your senses weren't working but you'd been forced to work anyway. 4 hours of pain and fear, and the knowledge that this could have been prevented if anyone had cared about your cold. Who poisoned it, you finally manage to ask. She shrugs. They never found out for certain. 3 servants were hanged on suspicion, but even under torture none confessed convincingly. Could have been any of them. Could have been someone else entirely. The investigation was convenient, let's say. The Lord needed someone to blame, so someone got blamed. Another servant joins the conversation, apparently having been listening from nearby. I heard Thomas actually detected the poison, he says quietly. Felt something was wrong, even with his cold. But when he tried to report it, he was told the dish had already been blessed by the priest and approved by the head cook, so he must be mistaken. He was ordered to approve it despite his concerns. This version is somehow worse. Thomas knew something was wrong. He tried to do his job correctly. And he was overruled, forced to let potentially poisoned food reach the Lord, and then died for failing to stop what he'd actually identified. You want this story to be false, exaggerated, castle gossip, but the servant telling it has no reason to lie, and the details have the ring of truth. Which version is accurate, you ask? Both servants share a look. Maybe both, the woman says. Maybe he couldn't taste well because of the cold and he was worried but couldn't be certain, so when he was told to approve it, he did. Maybe he was right to be worried but wrong to defer to authority. Or maybe his senses were completely shot and he genuinely didn't detect anything. We'll never know. Thomas can't tell us. The older servant adds one more detail that makes everything worse. The cold Thomas had. Half the castle had it that week, including you probably if you'd been here then. It wasn't unusual or severe. Just a normal winter illness, but it was enough. This is the nightmare scenario you hadn't even considered. Not being poisoned deliberately, not missing poison due to incompetence. But missing poison because you're slightly ill with something ordinary, something unavoidable, and being required to work anyway despite compromised ability. It's a system failure disguised as personal failure, and you're working within that same system. Why didn't they wait until Thomas recovered before serving complex dishes, you ask, though you already know the answer? The figs were a gift from a visiting dignitary, the woman explains. They had to be served promptly as a diplomatic courtesy. The meal couldn't be delayed. Thomas's cold was inconvenient, but not considered sufficient reason to alter the Lord's schedule. So Thomas died for diplomacy, for etiquette, for the social requirement that gifted food be consumed in a timely manner. His death was collateral damage in the performance of noble hospitality. This would be infuriating if it weren't so entirely predictable within the logic of medieval hierarchy. You learn more details over the following days as other servants, now that the subject's been opened, share their memories of Thomas. He was well liked, apparently. Quiet, competent, nervous like all poison testers, but functional. He'd been in the position for 2 years, which you now understand is a significant tenure. Most testers don't last that long. He'd successfully detected 3 poisoning attempts during his service, which made his final failure even more tragic. He knew what he was doing. He was good at the job, and it didn't matter. One detail haunts you particularly. Thomas had been promised a promotion. The Lord had allegedly told him that if he completed another year of faithful service, he'd be moved to a less dangerous position, maybe as an assistant steward or household manager. A way out. An actual future beyond tasting potentially fatal food. Thomas had been working toward that goal, enduring the daily stress and fear, because there was an endpoint visible on the horizon. And then he died 3 months before reaching it, killed by a cold and a fig compote, and a system that valued courtesy over caution. You wonder if the promise of promotion was genuine, or just a motivational tactic, a carrot dangled to keep Thomas compliant and working hard. You'll never know, and the ambiguity is maddening. Was he actually close to escaping this job, making his death even more cruel? Or was he being strung along with false hope, which is its own form of cruelty? The position Thomas held, the one you now occupy, wasn't immediately filled after his death. There was a gap of several weeks while the Lord ate carefully selected, simple foods and relied on his personal paranoia rather than a dedicated taster. But eventually, the Lord decided he needed the security of a poison tester again, and the recruitment process began that led to you. You're literally the replacement for a dead man. which you knew intellectually but now understand viscerally. Some servants treat you differently after you learn about Thomas. They're more sympathetic, more patient with your paranoia and strange behaviours. They've seen this before. They watch Thomas go through the same deterioration you're experiencing, the weight loss, the anxiety, the isolation. To them, you're not unique. You're the current iteration of a recurring tragedy, a position that kills its occupants regularly and then refills itself because the job must continue regardless of casualties. Others seem to distance themselves after you know about Thomas. Perhaps watching you walk the same path he did is too depressing, too much like seeing a death in slow motion. They know how this story tends to end, and they don't want to get attached to someone who's probably going to die horribly within a year or two. You're pre-dead in their minds, a ghost who doesn't know he's haunting yet. The circumstances of Thomas's death inform every decision you make now. When you develop a cold, and you inevitably do, because medieval castles are petri dishes of illness, you're torn between reporting that your senses are compromised and staying quiet to avoid seeming weak or unreliable. You report it. The steward's response, do your best. Not take a day off, or we'll serve simple foods today, or any accommodation that might keep you and the Lord safe. Just do your best, which means your illness is your problem, the job continues. You work through the cold, tasting as carefully as possible, second-guessing every decision. Is this bitterness poison, or just your congested sinuses distorting flavours? Is that numbness hemlock, or just the strange sensation of a numb tongue from constant nose-blowing? You're terrified of being the next Thomas, missing something obvious because your body is fighting an infection and can't also fight poison. Every meal during your illness is a gamble with higher stakes than usual. The story of the fig compote makes you irrationally afraid of figs specifically. Whenever they appear, you taste them with extra paranoia, analysing every aspect, probably overthinking it, but unable to help yourself. This is how Thomas died. Figs. The fruit carries an association now, permanently linked to failure and death. Other testers probably had their own trigger foods, the dish that killed their predecessor, the meal that marked where the previous tester's luck ran out. You're accumulating trauma not just from your own experiences, but from inherited fear, second-hand terror from deaths you witnessed only through stories. At night, you think about Thomas often. He's the ghost of your future, the preview of your likely ending. He was you, you're him. Just a few months behind on the same terrible timeline. Did he know he was dying during those 4 hours? Did he understand that his ordinary cold and his conscientiousness about following orders had combined into a lethal outcome? Did he regret taking the job, or did he still hope, even while dying, that he'd survive and get that promised promotion? You'll never know. Thomas is gone, buried in some unmarked servant's grave, forgotten by the Lord he served and died protecting. His death changed nothing except personnel. A new taster was hired, you, and the system continued exactly as before, learning nothing, improving nothing, grinding through human lives in service of noble paranoia and security theatre. When the previous tester's death gets explained, you don't just learn history, you learn your future, and you keep working anyway. Because what choice do you have? You're already in the position. You're already committed. Leaving now doesn't erase the risk you've already taken, or the toxins you've already absorbed. You might as well continue tasting food, avoiding colds when possible, hoping your luck holds longer than Thomas's did. His death is your blueprint. His mistakes are your lessons. His story is your warning. And someday, when you're gone and they hire the next tester, someone will tell that person about you, about how you died, about what you missed or what killed you despite your vigilance. And the cycle will continue, an endless succession of poison testers learning about their dead predecessors, understanding their fate, and tasting food anyway. Because someone has to, and apparently that someone is you until it isn't. Dating as a poison tester is approximately impossible. What do you tell potential partners? I might die at any meal, my life expectancy is measured in weeks, and I can't even enjoy food anymore because I'm too busy analysing it for toxins. Most people avoid you because you're associated with death, treachery, and bad dinner parties. The few who don't avoid you are usually suspicious. Are they genuinely interested, or are they gathering information for someone planning murder? There was someone once, early in your tenure, a serving girl named Margaret who worked in the laundry. She had kind eyes, and didn't seem bothered by your occupation. You had a few conversations, nothing profound, just pleasant exchanges about the weather and castle gossip. You thought maybe something could develop. Then she learned what you did for a living, the specifics of it, and her demeanour changed instantly. You taste the Lord's food? For poison? She took a step back, physically creating distance. I'm sorry, but I can't. She never spoke to you again beyond brief, necessary interactions. You understood. Who wants to get attached to someone who's professionally dying? The other castle residents treat you like a medical quarantine, not because you're contagious, but because you're temporary. Everyone knows poison testers don't last. Befriending you is just signing up for inevitable grief when you die in 6 months or a year. It's emotionally inefficient. Why invest in a relationship that has a defined tragic endpoint? So people are polite but distant, cordial but not close. You exist in social limbo, visible but untouchable. The few people who do try to befriend you create their own problems. You can't help but analyse their motivations. Why would someone want to be close to the Lord's poison tester? Are they genuinely kind, or are they trying to learn your schedule, your methods, your vulnerabilities? That friendly, stable hand who keeps asking about your work, is he interested in you as a person, or as an information source for conspirators? You hate yourself for thinking this way, but your job has made paranoia a survival skill, and you can't turn it off just because someone smiles at you. Meals, which are supposed to be social occasions, are lonely affairs. You can't eat with others without your paranoid tasting rituals emerging. The suspicious sniffing, the small test bites, the waiting periods, the constant vigilance. People find it unsettling to dine with someone who treats every meal like a potential crime scene. You've stopped accepting invitations to communal meals. It's easier to eat alone than to watch people become uncomfortable with your presence, to field their questions about why you're examining your bread like it might explode. The isolation compounds over time. Weeks become months, and you realise you haven't had a genuine conversation in ages. Your interactions are transactional, tasting food, reporting findings, receiving orders, acknowledging instructions. Nobody asks how you're feeling, not really. The question, "How are you?" is rhetorical, requiring the answer, "fine," regardless of truth. You could be falling apart, you are falling apart, but there's no social space for that reality. You're functional enough to work. Therefore you're fine, and anything beyond that isn't anyone's concern. You've tried visiting the local tavern on your rare free evenings, thinking maybe you could find companionship among people who don't know your occupation. But medieval communities are small and gossipy. Word spreads fast. "That's the Lord's poison taster," someone whispers, and suddenly you're the evening's curiosity. People buy you drinks, not from generosity but morbid fascination. They want stories about poisoning attempts, gruesome details about symptoms, insider gossip about castle intrigue. Your entertainment, a carnival attraction, not a person seeking human connection. After a few of these nights, you stop going. The loneliness of isolation is preferable to the loneliness of being surrounded by people who see you as a spectacle. Your family, if you had close ties, has become distant. They're worried about you. You look terrible, you're obviously stressed, but they don't know how to help. Your mother suggested you quit, find other work, but she doesn't understand the economics of medieval employment. Jobs are scarce. Once you're established in a position, leaving means unemployment and probably starvation. Your father hasn't spoken to you since you took the job, whether from disappointment or fear of becoming attached to a son who's probably going to die young, you're not sure. Your siblings write occasionally, awkward letters that dance around the obvious. "We're worried you're going to die, and we don't know what to say." The romantic life you'd imagined, finding a partner, maybe having children, building a future, feels increasingly impossible. Who plans a future when your present is measured in meals survived? Who starts a family when your life expectancy is functionally uncertain? You're 25 years old and living like you're 60 and dying, because you are dying, just very slowly, from accumulated toxins and occupational stress. Romance requires hope. You have none. There's a special kind of loneliness in being surrounded by people, but known by none of them. You live in a castle full of hundreds of residents, and you're isolated as if you were on a deserted island. Your job has made you untouchable in the social sense. People know who you are, but don't want to know you. You're the poison tester, defined entirely by your function, stripped of personhood by professional association with death. This is your social life, existing near people, interacting with them minimally, going to sleep alone every night in your corner of the servants' quarters, wondering if anyone would notice if you simply vanished. They would notice, eventually. When the Lord's food needed tasting and you weren't there, your absence would be an operational problem, not a personal loss. They'd find a replacement and life would continue, and within weeks you'd be forgotten except as a cautionary tale for the new tester. The previous guy? Yeah, he was fine, quiet, kept to himself. Then he died. Anyway, here's your spoon. Medieval people were big on preparing for death, and as a poison tester, you're practically a professional at it. You confess your sins regularly, not because you're particularly sinful, but because you might be dead by supper. You keep your affairs in order such as they are. You've mentally distributed your 3 possessions, a wooden bowl, a spare tunic, and a rock you found that looks like a duck. The priest knows you by name and saves you a spot in the confession line. You confess weekly, sometimes more if a particularly risky meal is scheduled. The priest has heard your confession so many times he's started to get impatient. What sins this week, he asks with barely concealed boredom. Envy, you offer? I envied Edmund for having better hair than me. The priest sighs. That's not really. Fine. Say 3 Hail Marys. Try to be more interesting next week. Even your spiritual life has become routine, stripped of meaning by repetition. You're confessing preemptively, clearing your soul's slate before meals that might kill you, turning repentance into preventive maintenance. Your most prized possession is the rock that looks like a duck. You found it near the river 2 years ago, and it's been a source of small comfort ever since. When you die, not if, when, you've decided the rock goes to the stable boy who's been kind to you. He'll have no idea why a dying man bequeathed him a duck-shaped rock, but at least someone will remember you gave them something. Your wooden bowl will go to the kitchen where it came from. Your spare tunic, threadbare and stained, will probably be burned because medieval people aren't sentimental about clothes that have been worn by the dead, especially the potentially poisoned dead. The priest asks occasionally if you'd like last rites performed in advance just to save time. He's joking, probably, but you've considered it. Having your spiritual affairs permanently in order would be one less thing to worry about. You could walk around pre-absolved, spiritually prepared for death at any moment. It's actually appealing in a morbid way, but you decline because receiving last rites while still healthy seems like tempting fate, and you're superstitious enough to avoid that. You've mentally composed your final words multiple times. Something dignified and memorable. Tell the Lord the wine was poisoned before dramatically expiring. Or maybe something philosophical. Thus ends the taster. But realistically, if you're poisoned, your final words will probably be, oh God, it hurts," followed by vomiting. There's no dignity in poisoned death. The priest has warned you about pride even in death. Apparently wanting meaningful last words counts as vanity. You're supposed to just die humbly and trust God. You're trying. One day, despite your best efforts, someone clever gets poisoned past you. Maybe they used a delayed action poison that takes hours to show symptoms. Maybe they bribed you with information that turned out to be false. Maybe they poisoned something you didn't taste because it seemed too innocuous. The decorative flowers on the plate, perhaps. Your employer gets sick and suddenly everyone's looking at you like you failed at the one job you had. Technically, you did. But also, medieval toxicology is really hard. The Lord collapses during afternoon prayers, 6 hours after the meal you approved. He's vomiting, convulsing, his skin turning an alarming shade of grey. The physician is called. You're called. Guards surround you immediately, not protective but accusatory. You're the primary suspect now, the person who either missed the poison through incompetence or deliberately allowed it through treason. Both possibilities end with you being executed, just in different ways and with different levels of torture beforehand. You're trying to think. What did he eat that you didn't taste? You tasted everything on his plate, everything from the communal serving dishes, even his wine from his personal cup. You followed every protocol. You were careful, vigilant, paranoid as always. But clearly something got through. The guards aren't interested in your confusion. They want answers, and your protestations of "I don't know" sound like evasion. You're confined to a cell while they investigate. The irony not lost on you. You spent your career trying to prevent this exact scenario, and now you're being punished for its occurrence despite your best efforts. The investigation reveals the method eventually. The decorative herbs on the plate, sprigs of what appeared to be parsley garnish that nobody actually eats. Except the Lord did eat them, absent-mindedly, while talking during the meal. They weren't parsley. They were hemlock, carefully selected to look identical to the garnish. You didn't taste them because who tastes decorative garnish? It's not food, it's decoration. But someone knew the Lord had a habit of eating his plate garnish, and they exploited a gap in your coverage that you didn't even know existed. You're released from the cell because the Lord survives, barely, and because the investigation confirms you couldn't have reasonably prevented this. The poisoner was clever, exploiting a blind spot in the tasting protocol. But the damage to your reputation is done. You're the taster who let poison through. It doesn't matter that the method was sophisticated and targeted a vulnerability no one anticipated. You failed. That's all people remember. The whispers follow you everywhere now. That's the one who missed the hemlock garnish. Your competence is permanently questioned. And the worst part, you question it too. Let's be honest about career longevity here. Poison testers don't last long. Some die from actual poisoning. Others accumulate so much low-level toxin exposure that their bodies just give out. A few go mad from the stress and paranoia. The lucky ones get promoted to a slightly less deadly position after proving their loyalty, usually by nearly dying multiple times. The unlucky majority become cautionary tales for the next poor soul who takes the job. The average tenure is about 18 months. That's the number you've heard whispered, though nobody keeps official statistics, because that would be depressing and bad for recruitment. 18 months of tasting potentially lethal food 3 times a day, accumulating toxins, experiencing chronic stress, and waiting for the meal that finally kills you. Some testers last longer, 2 years, even 3 if they're extraordinarily lucky or careful. Most last less. You're currently at 14 months. You're approaching the danger zone, the statistical point where most of your predecessors died or became too damaged to continue. The ways poison testers exit the profession are varied but universally unpleasant. Acute poisoning is the dramatic option. One bad meal, rapid symptoms, death within hours or days. This is almost preferable because it's fast and definitively not your fault. You tasted poison, it killed you, end of story. Chronic poisoning is slower and more insidious. Your organs gradually fail from accumulated mercury, lead and arsenic. Your liver gives out, your kidneys stop filtering, your brain deteriorates until you can't remember your own name. This death is drawn out over months, a progressive collapse that's painful to experience and disturbing to witness. Some testers don't die, but simply break. The paranoia becomes unbearable. They stop being able to eat anything. They develop elaborate compulsions, refusing to taste food unless certain rituals are performed. They become unreliable, seeing poison in everything, rejecting safe food and causing expensive waste. Eventually they're dismissed as mad and replaced, left to wander as damaged people whose minds couldn't withstand the occupational stress. You've seen the deterioration in yourself, the obsessive behaviours, the intrusive thoughts, the difficulty distinguishing real threats from imagined ones. You wonder how close you are to that breaking point. The promoted testers are rare unicorns, survivors who impressed their employers enough to be elevated to safer positions. They're usually moved to administrative roles where their knowledge of castle security is valuable, but their daily poison exposure ends. These lucky few are held up as examples. See, survive long enough and you'll be rewarded. But everyone knows they're exceptions, not the rule. For every promoted tester, there are dozens of dead or broken ones. The odds are terrible. The work is deadly, and your shelf life is rapidly approaching expiration. You're not planning for retirement. You're planning for the end, which statistically is coming soon. If you somehow survive long enough, you become a weird asset. You know everyone's eating habits, you've memorized which foods are most likely to hide poison, and you've developed an almost supernatural ability to detect when something's wrong. Your employer starts to trust you, which is dangerous in its own way because now you know too much. You're valuable enough to keep alive, but never so valuable that you can't be replaced. It's a delicate balance, like juggling knives while standing on a greased pig. After 2 years of somehow not dying, You've become institutionally valuable. You know which visiting nobles have previously sent suspicious gifts. You remember that 3 years ago a certain merchant's wine shipment coincided with illness. You've developed mental databases of threat patterns that would take a new tester months to learn. The Lord consults you occasionally now, asking your opinion on food sources in suspicious circumstances. This feels like respect until you realise it's just exploitation of your accumulated trauma and experience. Your value creates its own problems. You know too much about castle security, about who has access to food preparation, about which servants have been questioned for suspicious behaviour. You've overheard conversations about political plots while waiting in corners during meal preparations. You're a security risk precisely because you're good at security. If you were captured by enemies, tortured for information, you could reveal vulnerabilities that would endanger the Lord. This makes you simultaneously valuable and dangerous. The trust the Lord places in you is conditional and limited. He trusts your palate and your dedication, but he doesn't trust you with anything beyond your specific function. You're not invited to councils or given actual authority. You're a specialised tool he depends on, like a favourite sword, valued, maintained, but ultimately just an object. When you're no longer sharp enough, you'll be replaced. The relationship feels personal because it involves literal life and death stakes. But it's purely transactional. Your value also makes you a target. Other servants resent that you have the Lord's ear, even in your limited capacity. Potential poisoners see you as a significant obstacle worth eliminating. You've transitioned from expendable to important but still expendable, which means people care about removing you now. Ironically, succeeding at your job has made your job more dangerous. When you were new and unremarkable, killing you wasn't worth the effort. Now that you're effective and trusted, you're worth assassinating. The delicate balance of being too valuable to lose but not valuable enough to truly protect defines your existence now. You're kept alive by your usefulness, threatened by your knowledge, and maintained at exactly the level of importance where you're worth keeping but not worth genuinely caring about. It's professional limbo, purgatory with better food access but constant mortal danger. You've survived long enough to become indispensable. Congratulations. Your reward is being more elaborately trapped than ever before. So, how was your day as a medieval poison tester? You woke up wondering if breakfast would kill you. You spent hours in a smoke-filled kitchen tasting food that ranged from mediocre to potentially fatal. You analysed every flavour, every texture, every suspicious sensation in your mouth while everyone watched to see if you'd start convulsing. You survived lunch through a combination of skill, paranoia, and dumb luck. You endured a banquet that nearly killed you from sheer volume alone. And now you're lying in your corner of the servants' quarters, wrapped in your reward blanket, mentally cataloguing every symptom you've experienced today and wondering if that slight stomachache is digestion or arsenic. You've been poisoned at least once, maybe more if you count the chronic low-level toxins you're absorbing daily. You've survived multiple assassination attempts aimed at your employer, with you as the early warning system that occasionally catches fire. You've developed paranoia so severe that you can't eat your own meals without suspicion. You've lost friends, family connections, and any hope of a normal social life. Your body is falling apart from accumulated mercury, lead, and stress. You look 20 years older than you are. And your career prospects are limited to continue until death, or die slightly sooner. But somehow you did something remarkable. You survived. Not comfortably, not happily, but you made it through another day in one of history's most thankless, dangerous, and psychologically devastating jobs. You stood between poison and power, using nothing but your tongue, your nerve, and your rapidly deteriorating health. You were the human shield nobody thanked, the early warning system nobody appreciated, the person who absorbed danger so others didn't have to. Medieval poison testers were real people doing an impossible job in terrible conditions. They weren't heroes in the traditional sense. No songs were written about them, no monuments built in their honour. They were just desperate people trying to survive, who ended up in a profession that slowly killed them through stress, toxins, or actual poisoning. They deserve to be remembered, not just as cautionary tales, but as people who endured something genuinely horrible with whatever dignity they could muster. So tonight, as you settle into your bed with its clean sheets and structural integrity, maybe take a moment to appreciate what you have. You can eat food without analysing it for poison. You can trust that your breakfast won't kill you. You have access to clean water, medical care that actually works, and the reasonable expectation that you'll wake up tomorrow. These aren't small things. They're miracles that medieval poison testers died wishing for. Pour one out for the poison testers. The anxious, paranoid, chronically ill people who tasted death so nobles could eat in peace. They lived in fear, died young, and were forgotten quickly. But they were there at every medieval feast, every royal banquet, every suspicious meal, tasting, waiting, surviving when they could, dying when they couldn't. Their job was impossible. Their working conditions were toxic, literally. Their employers were ungrateful. Their life expectancy was measured in months. And yet they showed up day after day and did the work because someone had to and they needed to eat. So sleep well tonight, in your safe bed, in your world without poison testers. And if you dream of medieval times, of knights and castles and grand feasts, remember the person in the corner with the wooden spoon and the haunted eyes. The one who tasted everything first. The one who was always afraid. The one who kept going anyway. They were braver than they knew. Tougher than they looked, and far more important than anyone acknowledged. Rest well, poison testers of history. Your shift is finally over.